Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Reverend Norman Affron, Minister, Sandy Hills Parish Church.
Presiding officers and members of the Scottish Parliament, it is an honour for me to lead time for reflection today. I've served as a parish minister in the East End of Glasgow for 6.5 years, and I love it. A couple of weeks ago, as part of my chaplaincy role in Eastbank Primary School, I went along to take the Easter Assembly there. And as I walked in, one of the teachers said to me, "I'm glad you're here. I will give a hallelujah to that." She then went on to say, in a throwaway comment, as she set out the benches for the Assembly, "Is it just me, or are things really beginning to impact people? I think we all need a hallelujah." Now, from my knowledge, this teacher is not an overly religious person. But what I think she was referring to is the impact that people are feeling just now, and how things are hard for people, and that people need hope. Now, as an Isle of Lewis boy living in Glasgow, whenever I go out to a restaurant and order black pudding, I have to hope it is Stornoway black pudding that they serve me. But often it isn't, and my hope has been in vain. It is much better to hope in something that is sure and steadfast. And this is what Christians have celebrated just this past weekend, the glorious hope of the Easter story, where churches across the nation of Scotland have joined together to celebrate the life-impacting reality that Jesus is alive. But that message is not bound to Easter Sunday alone. But for Christians, this hope permeates through every area of life. As Peter, who at one time denied knowing Jesus, would one day say in 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 3, "Praise be to the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. In his great mercy, he has given us new birth into a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. At Easter, we see the message of forgiveness, reconciliation, friendship, and living hope. Themes we would do well to live out and display in our day-to-day lives. May your lives be filled with this living hope as you seek to lead and serve the people of Scotland. And as you discuss complex issues, may you do so with, as the hymn writer said, strength for today and bright hope for tomorrow. May the Lord bless you and keep you and cause his face to shine upon you. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 17265 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to the business programme. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now, and I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 17265 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. Our next item of business is a motion of condolence in the name of the First Minister, and on behalf of all members and staff of the Scottish Parliament, I expend my deepest sympathy to the Roman Catholic community in Scotland and worldwide on the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. We will remember his compassion and humanity, which have been at the very heart of the many tributes to him, and as a mark of our respect, our flags fly at half-mast today. And I am honoured to welcome to the gallery today Monsignor Jeremy Milne, the Vicar-General for the Archdiocese of St Andrews and Edinburgh, the Right Reverend Shaw Patterson, Moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, Rabbi Moshe Rubin, Senior Rabbi in Scotland, and Imam Fakr Aftab of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Scotland. First Minister.
Presiding Officer, on behalf of the people of Scotland, I express my sadness at the death of Pope Francis on Easter Monday. His loss will be felt most acutely within the Roman Catholic community here in Scotland and abroad, but his loss will be mourned by countless others who admired, respected and were inspired by the humble, kind, empathetic spiritual leadership that he gave to the world. Pope Francis brought simplicity and humility to the papacy, a gentle spirit who preferred to receive people informally and always with grace. In deeds and in words, he took forward his leadership of the Catholic Church in a manner that was thoughtful, measured and conciliatory. His Holiness's belief in the goodness of people was as unshakable as his devotion to the Church, and his papacy was defined by the message of Jesus Christ of love your neighbour as yourself. As the first Pope from Latin America, he sought to build new bridges between nations and faiths. He spoke warmly to advocate for greater inclusivity, both within the Church and throughout society. Pope Francis spoke loudly in calling for peace and human dignity around the world. In his final public address, held this Easter Sunday at the Vatican, he used these words: "What a great thirst for death, for killing we witness each day in the many conflicts raging in different parts of the world. I would like all of us to hope anew and to revive our trust in others, including those who are different than ourselves." He was a man who was always on the side of the poor and the migrant. He was always on the side of those who faced injustice. He had a thirst to use the power of Christian teaching to advocate for those who required a message of justice and the protection of the message of justice. And he regularly called for an end to bigotry and conflict. Above all, Pope Francis worked to bring people together across what often seemed like insurmountable divides. His Holiness was particularly outspoken about the trauma experienced recently by the people of Ukraine and Gaza, while equally condemning the growing climate of anti-Semitism throughout the world. In 2014, at a prayer meeting held at the Vatican, Pope Francis urged the then Israeli President Shimon Peres and his Palestinian counterpart Mahmoud Abbas to be courageous in the pursuit of peace in the Middle East. And despite the weight of his office, and often when he was in poor health, the Pope built friendships and connections to try to bring people together. In recent years, his faithfulness in keeping contact with Christians in Gaza illustrates the devotion of his leadership to all congregations, especially those who were suffering. Presiding Officer, I express my own gratitude for Pope Francis's lifetime of faithful devotion and dedicated public service. He was always on the side of the poor and those who faced injustice, and he used his position of leadership to work for a better world. That leadership has been a powerful example to me and to millions across the globe. We are profoundly grateful for his life and his example as a principled spiritual leadership in our world today. So in drawing my remarks to a close, Presiding Officer, I wish to conclude with some words from Pope Francis' final address on Sunday. There can be no peace without freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and respect for the views of others. The light of Easter impels us to break down the barriers that create division and are fraught with grave political and economic consequences. It impels us to care for one another, to increase our mutual solidarity, and to work for the integral development of each human person. There could be no finer words to have left the world with, and the challenges and the difficulties that we face as a society today, than the words that Pope Francis left us with on Easter Sunday. It is a mark of the power of his spiritual leadership, and it is an example that we would be well advised to follow. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you. I now call on Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the world mourns His Holiness Pope Francis, I am honoured to have the opportunity to pay tribute to him here today. Pope Francis was a champion of compassion within the Church. He was elected to the papacy at a time of huge challenges and controversy for the Catholic faith. But ultimately, his time was marked not by those difficulties, but by the true love of humanity, with all its flaws and strengths which he brought to his office. He stood for the downtrodden, the vulnerable, the poor, and all those who, for a long time, weren't sure whether they were really welcome in church. His accepting, generous spirit reached out to Catholics like me around the world. His famous words, "Who am I to judge?" Those words marked the start of a shift in how the Catholic Church approached homosexuality, but they also perfectly capture Pope Francis's humility and compassion for others. And as a gay woman, that message meant so much to me, and I know many others. But Pope Francis was not just a champion for those of Catholic faith. His message was one of acceptance and solidarity between people of all different faiths. And right up until the final days of his life, he was preaching this message of acceptance and peace, praying for an end to conflicts around the globe, and his Easter blessing on Sunday, just the day before his death. Though he was not able to deliver his full blessing himself, he still appeared in Rome to wish us all a happy Easter just 2 days ago, showing astounding dedication to public service even when gravely ill. He demonstrated how all of us can continue to make a difference right until the end, and he left us with these words: "May the principle of humanity never fail to be the hallmark of our daily actions, reminding us of the value of every human life and the importance of loving your neighbour." Pope Francis was a pope who reached out to people across the world, who gave the Church a human face and personal touch, and who focused on humanity as well as divinity. His passing will be mourned for a long time by those of many different faiths, but his legacy can be celebrated as one of compassion and peace.
Thank you. I now call on Anna Sarwar.
Presiding Officer, on behalf of the Scottish Labour Party, I put on record our deep sorrow on the death of His Holiness Pope Francis. The death of the Holy Father will come as a source of mourning and reflection for Catholics in Scotland and around the world. But coming as it did on Easter Monday, the day when Christians reflect Christ's conquering of death, it will, I'm sure, have been a source of solace in what is a trying time. And while Pope Francis was, of course, loved by Catholics worldwide, he was also deeply respected and loved by people of all faiths and none. And I saw that when I attended Mass at St Andrew's Metropolitan Cathedral in Glasgow yesterday. Pope Francis was not only a remarkable Pope and shepherd of his flock, he was a remarkable man. From his humble origins in Buenos Aires to the seat of St Peter in Rome, His Holiness never lost sight of what drove him or lost touch with the feelings and realities facing the people he served. Because throughout his ministry, Pope Francis dedicated himself to the corporal works of mercy, feeding the hungry, giving drink to the thirsty, clothing the naked, sheltering the homeless, visiting the sick, visiting the imprisoned, and burying the dead. In the midst of war and depression in his native Latin America, Pope Francis was a voice for peace and reconciliation. He called again and again for peace in Ukraine, Palestine, Israel, phoning the parish priest in besieged Gaza every single day until the end. As Pope, he threw himself at the feet of warring leaders in South Sudan to beg for peace. He literally washed the feet of prisoners and those whose society had shunned, and only last week washing the feet of inmates in one of Rome's largest prisons. And he was a constant voice for social justice in our world, standing up for the right of workers, demanding action on the climate crisis, and giving voice to the plight of refugees and the dispossessed worldwide. Pope Francis used his final public address to call once again for peace across our world. He called for a ceasefire in Palestine, the release of hostages, and dialogue towards peace, calling out all forms of prejudice and hate, using his final hours to call for justice and peace, yes, in the Middle East, but also beyond. All of Francis's actions were driven by his deep Catholic faith, his personal devotion to Our Lady, and his spiritual connection with the great peacemaker and ecologist, St Francis of Assisi. He was, in short, a humble labourer in the vineyard of the Lord, a man who spoke to all faiths and none, who broke down barriers and broke bread with all, who opened his heart to the world, and who dedicated his life to making our world a better place. We can unite in our deep hope that he now hears the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." In these dark and at times violent times, it's worth reflecting on how much better and safer our world would be if we all strive to live a little more like Pope Francis. On behalf of the Scottish Labour Party, I put on record our prayers and our condolences on the passing of the Holy Father. Eternal rest grant unto him, requiescat in pace.
Thank you. I now call on Lawrence Slater.
My condolences, and those of the Scottish Green Party, to the Catholic community in Scotland and around the world today, following the passing of Pope Francis. The first non-European Pope in more than 1,000 years, he was known for his determination to be a voice for the poor. In particular, he recognised climate change as a global problem with significant consequences, and he recognised the harms of the developed world's addiction to consumption. Pope Francis called the world to join the fight against climate change, writing in a papal encyclical letter that the science of climate change is clear, and that the Catholic Church views climate change as a moral issue that must be addressed in order to protect the earth and everyone on it. He was a committed supporter of Palestine and publicly condemned Israel's genocidal war on Gaza. Pope Francis called for a ceasefire in Gaza. He urged for humanitarian aid to be allowed into Gaza and for all captives to be freed. He emphasised that war is always a defeat. Every war is a defeat, and begged for the violence to stop. He often took an inclusive stance in the face of intolerance and prejudice. While he never actually changed institutional or doctrinal opposition to issues of LGBTQ+ equality, women's rights, or reproductive choice, he did make bold steps to move the Church into a more inclusive direction, allowing informal blessings of same-sex unions and broadening the role of women. I recognise the sadness that will be felt around the world at his passing, and I hope that Pope Francis' dream of a more peaceful and just world may yet come to be.
Thank you. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to express on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats our profound sympathy and our sorrow at the passing of the Holy Father. In his words from the balcony of St Peter's Basilica in 2013 on his election, Pope Francis told the packed square below, "You all know that the duty of the conclave was to give a Bishop of Rome. It seems that my brother cardinals have come almost to the ends of the earth to get him." Born, as we have heard, in Buenos Aires, Pope Francis was the first non-European pope of modern times, and there had not been another one for some since the year 741. And he was a radical pontiff. He railed against what he termed the pathology of power, and those in the Church who, he said, feel themselves Lord of the Manor, superior to everyone and to everything. Instead, he urged his Church to come out of herself and go to the peripheries. His vision was a Church of the poor and for the poor. Over the next decade, he put front and centre traditional Franciscan themes which above all valued humility, compassion and solidarity with the poor. He was determined to favour that humility over grandeur. After greeting the crowds on the day he was elected, the new Pope shunned the papal limousine and decided instead to share the coach that was taking his brother cardinals home. Throughout his time as Pope, he stayed true to those values of simplicity and became known for it, becoming the first Pope who lived not in the Vatican's apostolic palace, but in the modern block next door, which had been built as a guest house. Pope Francis always sought to foster peace where there had been conflict. He worked to heal the rift that had existed with the Eastern Orthodox Church for over 1,000 years. He worked with Lutherans, Methodists and Anglicans and persuaded the Israeli and Palestinian presidents to join him to pray for peace. After attacks by Muslim militants, he said it was not right to identify Islam with violence. He said at the time, "If I speak of Islamic violence, then I have to speak of Catholic violence too." He was clearly guided by the prayer of St Francis of Assisi, "Where there is hatred, let me sow love." A great internationalism and concern for the natural environment featured throughout his papacy. He appointed more than 140 cardinals from non-European countries and passes on a church that has a more global outlook than when he was first elected. Today we acknowledge the profound loss that a great many people across Scotland and indeed our world feel today. Presiding Officer, on the mace before us that rests in our well are inscribed the words so familiar to all of us in this chamber: wisdom, integrity, justice and compassion. Each of those words define the papacy of Pope Francis. So as we reflect today, let us commit to standing up for what is right, for caring for others and holding on to the values that Pope Francis sought to embody. May the Lord bless him. May the Lord keep him. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that motion 17250 in the name of John Swinney on motion of condolence be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and I will now allow a short period of suspension until 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
the harbour from private owner Peel Ports. Since then, much to the frustration of my constituents, there has been little word from Scottish ministers on when such discussions will conclude, and again we have heard no firm date, or even who is undertaking them on the Government's behalf. So in the interest of transparency, can the Cabinet Secretary say who is leading negotiations for the Scottish Government and how often they have met with Peel Ports since the 18th of February?
Cabinet Secretary.
As I indicated in my original answer, CMAL are leading on commercial discussions with Peel Ports Group. I had the opportunity to talk to the Isle of Arran Ferry Committee and gave them that update last week. I also was in Ardrossan, where I also met with campaigners who have been heavily involved, and part of my discussions with them was relaying them the importance of securing that purchase. On the purchase of that harbour, we can provide the investments and, importantly, the level of investment, which I'm sure the member readily understands. I also was able to reiterate to him, to reiterate to both groups, that the Scottish Government is committed to Ardrossan, and that in our interim support for Ardrossan, I've made it quite clear that on behalf of the representations of the member, Kenny Gibson, the constituency MSP themselves and the Isle of Arran Ferry Group, that the return of the Caledonian Isles will see operating out of Ardrossan. There will be a two-port solution to make sure that as long as is possible the Ardrossan Harbour is used.
Kenneth Gibson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that further reply. Many Arran and Ardrossan constituents are understandably upset and angry at the Scottish Government's apparent lack of urgency in concluding the discussions with regard to the harbour's redevelopment and taking it forward. Central Ardrossan is one of Scotland's 5 poorest communities, where 44% of households survive on benefits. 165 jobs directly depend on the harbour, and they're in limbo while vulnerable elderly Arran residents have been transferred to the mainland as care workers struggle to travel to and from Ardrossan. The outlined business plans for harbour redevelopment have been imminent, it seems, for years. When will they finally and definitively be published? And when does the Cabinet Secretary envisage a contract for the redevelopment of Ardrossan Harbour going out to tender?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, quite clearly, a tender would be far preferable should the harbour come under the ownership of the Scottish Government, and the works that CMAL are preparing, both in the short, medium and long term, can then be developed and indeed published. And I recognise the desire from the local community to understand when works on Ardrossan Harbour will begin and what those works will be and how they will be scheduled. But such a timeline can only be reasonably established and published on the actual purchase and transfer of control of the port. I do not want to take part in anything that would compromise our commercial and confidential negotiations. It really is important that the Scottish Government and the funders from our taxpayer base will understand it's important that we get the best value from that. If you want to speed a negotiation and compromise a negotiation and compromise the value for the public purse, then I think there's a risk in me going into the type of commitments that, quite understandably, Kenny Gibson wants me to make in the here and now. But he makes a very central point, and that's about the regeneration that is going to be required around Ardrossan, regardless of what happens and when with the harbour. The harbour is central to that, I understand that, but part of my discussions also with the Save the Ardrossan Harbour campaign and also with the Isle of Arran Ferry Committee and indeed also with the task force was the importance that once we've had the short, medium and long-term plans set out for the harbour, that alongside that we need to see the regeneration of that vitally important area that I understand that Mr Gibson is so passionate about.
Sue Webber. Thank you. Time is of the essence, Cabinet Secretary. Residents of Ardrossan have been messed about by the SNP ever since this ferry fiasco started a decade ago, with one resident saying why anyone would commission a ferry that doesn't fit Ardrossan Harbour for the route it is meant for is crazy. And given the limitations outlined in your previous answers, Cabinet Secretary, can you guarantee the negotiations will actually deliver for Arran and Ardrossan residents? And how much money has the Cabinet Secretary allocated to upgrade Ardrossan Harbour in the event of a successful purchase? Cabinet Secretary.
I would point out that the Conservatives refused to support the budget which contained funding for Ardrossan Harbour.
Thank you, members.
I would also point out, if she doesn't understand, and perhaps she might want to look into that history, regrettably a long history of what's happened at that harbour, it is owned by a private company. The original plans for Ardrossan Harbour were to be developed by the private company Peel Ports and Ayrshire Council. And North Ayrshire Council. So in terms of what do I see as the best option I see it to get the level of investment that I think is required. I'm sure she also understands the UK subsidy control measures, which again her government brought in. If she understood that, if she understands the basis of business commercial negotiations, she would understand that there has to be space and time for successful negotiations to take place, and her line of questioning does not help that.
Jamie Green.
Thank you. Just before recess, I met with campaigners from Ardrossan in my office in Largs, and they made it clear that whilst any move to end this impasse over Ardrossan Harbour is welcome, what is happening at the moment is that businesses in Ardrossan on the High Street are going bust. They're losing footfall, they're losing traffic, and they're losing money. So in that vein, will the Cabinet Secretary speak with Cabinet colleagues and look to establish a small business fund that would help those small local businesses in Ardrossan tide them over for the meantime, because they simply cannot wait for that footfall to return whilst that port is being redeveloped?
Cabinet Secretary.
I understand the member's request. I think it's something that Kenneth should be considered at the appropriate time. He may have heard me say that I was committed, because of the intervention by Kenneth Gibson and also the Isle of Arran Ferry Committee itself, to ensure that Ardrossan operates as long as is possible, and obviously the Caledonian Isles sailing from Ardrossan when it returns will help in that short term. But you will also be aware, I think this is a really important point in the regeneration, the works that will be required at Ardrossan Harbour will cause disruption, and I think he's quite right to identify that that will need active discussion and ongoing discussion with local businesses as to what happens in that period.
Question number 2, Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that 506 sex offenders in Scotland have changed their name in the past 2 years.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, there are not 506 individuals that have changed their name. There are 506 instances where any form of registered name was changed or updated. When a name is changed, that change is made across multiple records, so would involve a change to, for example, registered email address or registered gym membership card, etc. So multiple instances of a reported change could be attributed to a smaller number of individuals that may have changed some detail of their name. Sex offender notification requirements apply to the individual, irrespective of what name they use, and where a registered sex offender changes names, they must let the police know within 3 days or they breach their notification requirements.
Liam Kerr.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, but I'm not sure that querying the figures in an FOI is going to reassure the public particularly. And disappointingly, what I didn't hear there was a commitment to legislate to ensure that this is absolutely watertight. The Cabinet Secretary must surely see that this is a system open to abuse. Now, the Scottish Conservatives have been calling on the government to implement changes around sex offenders changing their name for years, similar to those in the UK Crime and Policing Act. So will the Cabinet Secretary now commit to bring in similar legislation to Scotland before the next election?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, let me start by assuring Mr Kerr that my officials are in regular contact with Police Scotland and indeed officials across the UK in relation to all matters in and around public protection. The UK Crime and Policing Bill, which is currently before the UK Parliament, does include proposals around sex offenders and name change, and I can assure Parliament that Scottish ministers are actively considering extending these measures to Scotland.
Liam Kerr.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that, but I think what will also worry people is whether, in addition to the up to 506 sex offenders we know have changed their name, there are others who will have done so but have failed to report it or to register it. So what steps has the Cabinet Secretary taken since Scottish Conservatives revealed the scale of this problem to find out who they are, as well as ensuring that those who have done so in the last 2 years are being monitored properly?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, there are, of course, very strict requirements for registered sex offenders, and I'm sure all members will appreciate and accept that Police Scotland take their obligations very seriously in this regard. There is an important matter to consider here, particularly in and around the Crime and Policing Bill, because I am very mindful of the need for at times consistency across these small isles, across border, particularly in very sensitive matters of policing. And again, I want to reassure the member and indeed Parliament that I have written to the UK Government. I am following an internal process within the Scottish Government, and as soon as I am able to, I will be informing Parliament on our next steps on this very important matter.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary perhaps can clarify, because Liam Kerr was quite explicit in his question and in terms of the FOI information he received, that there were 506 sex offenders who changed their names. And the Cabinet Secretary seemed to suggest something else. So some clarity, please, in the response about the veracity of the information that Liam Kerr received. And can I ask her, of the 506 name changes, how many were followed by breaches of licence conditions, reoffending, or just disappearance from police data?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I have actually answered a very similar question in Chamber before in relation to this. Actually, I think, if my memory serves me correct, it may have been a question from Murdo Fraser. So let me repeat, when a name is changed, that change is made across multiple records, so would involve change to, as I said earlier, gym membership, registered email addresses, and so a name can be changed on multiple records, and that will be attributed to a smaller number of individuals. The information that Mr Kerr, both Mr Kerrs refer to, relates, I believe, to a freedom of information from Police Scotland. We can, of course, try and clarify that information further, and I would be happy to write to both Mr Kerrs further on this matter.
And Douglas Ross.
Sorry, I don't think the Cabinet Secretary should be offering to write. She has come to the Chamber today to ask a lodged question where she knows the query is about 506 sex offenders changing their names. Yep. So if she can confidently stand up and say that is not 506 individuals, it is the number of changes made, can she tell us how many sex offenders have changed their names? That is a simple question that she must be able to answer, given what she has previously said.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it is of deep regret that members seem incapable of listening. So let me repeat once again that on the information that is at my disposal from Police Scotland is that there are not 506 individuals. Please, Presiding Officer, I am not putting up with this.
This is just a
Sorry, Cabinet Secretary.
I'm not putting up with this.
Mr Ross, when you have put a question, please be courteous and listen to the response quietly. Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary, sorry, I did not hear what was going on there, but I would ask members to behave in accordance with our standing orders. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Mr Kerr did indeed ask a reasonable question, but it is of deep regret to me that members in this Parliament behave like children when we are discussing the most serious matters about public protection and the risk that are presented to members of our community as a result of sex offending. And I have went to
lengths that are right and proper in terms of my engagement both with the past and current UK Government in and around how we can cooperate on these matters in a pragmatic way, bearing in mind that we all share an island irrespective of our different legal systems. And let me repeat, just for accuracy, there are not 506 individuals that have
Cabinet
changed their name.
Cabinet Secretary, Mr Ross, I will not ask again that you refrain from shouting from your seat when you have not been called to speak. That is the last time I will ask you. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, perhaps it would be better if I just referred the member to the earlier 3 answers that I have already given in this matter, and I repeat my commitment to both Mr Kerr to write to them further.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. Point of order, Douglas Ross.
Presiding Officer, you have been very critical of those of us who are speaking from a sedentary position, and I accept that. But can you confirm from the Chair that despite being asked on 3 occasions, the Cabinet Secretary has not been able to inform this Parliament of how many sex offenders have changed their name? It is a basic question that we are not getting answers to.
Mr Ross, that is not a point of order. That is not a point of order. Mr Ross, that is not a point of order. Right. Mr Ross, would you like to leave the chamber? Because if you wish to remain here, you must adhere to our standing orders. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Shirley Ann Somerville on the Supreme Court's judgment in relation to gender representation on Public Boards Scotland Act 2018. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Shirley Ann Somerville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, for this opportunity to update Parliament on the Supreme Court's decision to uphold the For Women Scotland appeal. The Scottish Government does, of course, accept the judgment of the Supreme Court. It is a significant legal ruling, and it is right that we take time to consider it carefully. Before I turn to the details of the judgment, it is important to recognise the tone and the temperature of the surrounding debate concerning real individuals in our community, in our workplaces and in our families that has often been deeply distressing to them. It should be clear to all of us in this chamber, regardless of our view on any of these matters, including in the judgment last Wednesday, that it has had a very significant impact on many people. This judgment, as the Supreme Court made clear, must not be used as a licence for division and hostility. The pursuit of equality for women and for trans people is our collective responsibility. All of us in this chamber must ensure that the rights and dignity of all are upheld, and our debate must be rooted in empathy, compassion and equality. Indeed, in his delivery of the judgment, Lord Hodge, giving the opinion of the Court, said that the Court counsel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one or more groups in our society at the expense of another. It is not. Turning to the judgment, Presiding Officer, this case centres on the guidance issued for the Gender Representation on Public Bodies Scotland Act 2018 and the meaning of women set out in that guidance, which is the same meaning as under the Equality Act 2010. The Scottish Government successfully defended our guidance twice in both the Outer and Inner House. However, the Supreme Court is the final decision-maker on such legal issues, and it has delivered a carefully considered judgment. The definition of women in the guidance was the definition in the Equality Act. And as we were guided on the meaning of that definition by guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission, the EHRC, which is the enforcement body for the 2010 Act. As we heard in last week's judgment, issues arose from a tension between 2 pieces of Westminster legislation and how they interact. The question of compatibility between the Gender Recognition Act of 2004 and the Equality Act 2010 was central to the Court's ruling. In paragraph 8, the Supreme Court said that the central question in relation to the appeal was whether the 2010 Act treats a trans woman with a gender recognition certificate, a GRC, as a woman for all purposes within the scope of its provisions, or whether when the 2010 Act refers to a woman and sex, it is referring to a biological woman and biological sex. The Supreme Court concluded that the meaning of the terms sex, man and woman in the 2010 Act is biological. The Supreme Court notes within its judgment that in the statutory guidance to the Gender Representation of Public Boards Scotland Act 2018, that Scottish ministers reflected the stance of the EHRC that a person issued with a full GRC in the acquired gender of female is a woman within the meaning of the Equality Act. It concluded that the Scottish Government guidance on the Gender Representation of Public Boards Scotland Act 2018 is incorrect in relation to its definition of women. The judgment also makes it very clear that trans people continue to have protection and rights. As the press summary issued by the Supreme Court on the judgment said, trans people are protected from discrimination on the grounds of gender reassignment. They are also able to invoke the provisions on direct discrimination and harassment and indirect discrimination on the basis of sex. In the light of case law interpreting the relevant provisions, a trans woman can claim sex discrimination because she is perceived to be a woman. We fully accept the Supreme Court's judgment and have begun to analyse the impact. We are amending the guidance on the public boards legislation to take account of the ruling. There has been commentary as to the implications of this ruling in respect of the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill. This bill was prevented from proceeding to royal assent by an order made by the then Secretary of State. Following the judgment last week, the Scottish Government has no plans to bring it back. While the UK Government has indicated they intend to bring forward proposals to reform the Gender Recognition Act 2004, we have not yet seen any firm proposals. This Government stands ready to engage constructively on any plans following last week's judgment. Gender recognition is a fundamental piece of equality legislation, and let me be very clear, this Government does not support the repeal of the 2004 Act. Presiding Officer, immediately following last week's judgment, I wrote to the UK Government counterpart seeking an urgent meeting. And this reflects that the judgment does, of course, have implications across the UK, given that the 2004 Act extends across the UK and the 2010 Act extends to England, Wales and Scotland. And I'm awaiting a response to that letter. I, along with the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care, will also be meeting with the EHRC on Thursday and will seek an update on their plans for renewed guidance by the summer. The Government calls for that process to be inclusive, and ensuring engagement will be with all of those on whom it will impact. This guidance is also important for the Government across Scotland, England and Wales, as well as public authorities and the private sector and voluntary sector organisations following the Supreme Court judgment. All organisations must comply with all relevant legislation, and guidance from the EHRC will be key in this process. Now, I wanted to reach out to stakeholders as soon as possible after the judgment to give the Government's initial response and to offer to meet again to discuss the Scottish Government's ongoing work. Stakeholders that represent trans and non-binary people are reporting real anxiety from their networks and service users and concerns about their daily lives. It is significant that the Supreme Court stated in their judgment that the rights of the trans community are enshrined in law. And I want to reassure our trans community that you are valued and the Scottish Government is fully committed to protecting everyone's rights, and that includes your community. I have also had the opportunity to speak to the Women's Rights Network, and I was grateful for their time and hearing directly from them about their views both on the judgment and on its implementation. As I have done today, I restated categorically to them that the Scottish Government fully accepts the judgment of the Supreme Court and is now working on next steps. Given the length of the judgment, it is important to work through this in detail, and I offered to meet again once that work has been undertaken. An invite was also sent to For Women Scotland, which they have chosen not to accept at this time, but fed back that they want us to move on with implementation. And I can assure them and this chamber that that work is progressing. Presiding Officer, I spoke earlier about the principles of empathy, compassion and equality. And in these principles, I firmly believe that the role of this Parliament is to provide leadership. Ensuring equality, inclusion and human rights are not optional values. They are the foundation of a fair society and at the heart of our public services. This Government, and I hope all in our Scottish Parliament, will continue to advance equality and protect the rights of women, girls and the LGBTQI+ community. Our work reflects a clear and enduring belief that everyone in Scotland should be free to live their lives with dignity, safety and respect. We will continue to work closely with LGBT+ organisations to ensure their communities are empowered and human rights protected. Our Parliament has a strong track record advancing the rights of LGBT+ people, and I am sure we will all continue to ensure that further progress is made. We engage proudly and visibly with the LGBT+ communities during Pride season and LGBT History Month, and we must do so throughout the year. And the Scottish Government will continue to accelerate equality through our National Advisory Council on Women and Girls, driving real change in Scotland by challenging systemic inequality and ensuring that the voices of women and girls are not only heard but acted upon. And indeed, this Parliament has also been at the forefront of many changes, including legislation on domestic abuse and on victims of sexual violence. That's why this Government has, for example, progressed our world-leading Equally Safe strategy, tackling violence against women and girls. But we all recognise, I'm sure, that there remains so much more to do to tackle these challenges, barriers and dangers that women and girls face. To that end, I announced at the end of February that the Scottish Government will work in partnership with the National Advisory Council, as they have requested, to develop an equality strategy for women and girls before the end of this Parliament. These actions demonstrate that equality is not just a principle, it is something we are committed to making real in people's lives every day. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, I'd like to return to where I began, with the people we all serve. The issues that surround the Supreme Court case are challenging and will need careful consideration so that the public sector can ensure the dignity and safety of everyone that uses their services. It is vital that the AHRC now issue clear, practical guidance in response to that judgment. This judgment has confirmed the definition of women under the Equality Act. There have been many challenging arguments over the past 5 years, and I hope that we can move to a point where we again focus on progressing equality for the people of Scotland. The pursuit of equality is not a contest between communities. It is a collective effort to build a fairer Scotland for all and the foundation on which this Parliament was built. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 35 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. And I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call Russell Finlay.
Thank you, President Officer. From the very beginning, my party has been the sole voice of reason in this Parliament to warn of the dangers of gender self-ID. We stood up for women's rights and urged the Government to drop this toxic and divisive issue. Now, John Swinney wants to distance himself from it all, but as Nicola Sturgeon's deputy and her strongest ally, he was right behind it. He was willing to sacrifice women's rights, including the rights to single-sex spaces and services. He voted down reasonable, common-sense amendments to the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, including my own, to stop predatory men, including rapists and other sex offenders, from exploiting self-ID. So in light of the momentous Supreme Court judgment, John Swinney owes an apology to the people of Scotland, but especially to women. And this harmful ideology must now be rooted out of our entire public sector: schools, prisons, hospitals and policing. Far too much time and taxpayers' money has been wasted in this already. The country needs to move on. Politicians must focus on the concerns of people in the real world. And I have 3 questions. Will the SNP government now say sorry? Will they give a clear and categorical commitment not to resurrect the Gender Reform Bill in any way? And will they guarantee that gender self-ID will be excised from public bodies? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think and I hope that Russell Finlay heard the part of my statement where I talked about the Gender Recognition Bill and the fact that the Government has no plans to reintroduce or bring forward that work. And very importantly, I also mentioned in my statement that the Government absolutely accepts the judgment of the Supreme Court. Now, we have acted on good faith in this question. Again, as I said in my statement, it was important that the Supreme Court recognised that the work that the Government undertook on this issue was based on EHRC guidance. But it is important that now that the Supreme Court has made its decision, that we move forward to look at the policies, practice and guidance across government and public bodies. And as I said again in my statement, that work has begun, is ongoing, and I will keep Parliament updated in due course as that work progresses.
Jackie Baillie. The judgment from the Supreme Court in the case of 4 Women Scotland versus Scottish ministers was unanimous and clear. The term woman in the Equality Act relates to biological sex. The Scottish Government, though, has got itself into a position where it's encouraged practice to get ahead of the law. Guidance has been issued by the Government to a range of public bodies, including the NHS, which now needs to be revised. And this will be at considerable cost to those organisations in both time and money. It's not just a matter for the EHRC, so can the Minister set out a timetable for the Scottish Government producing revised guidance and advise when this will be implemented in the NHS and across the public sector? It's also the case that the SNP Government's track record generally in relation to legal action has been poor, whether it's related to aspects of the Salmond inquiry and former First Minister Nicola Sturgeon or the Supreme Court action on an independence referendum. There have been at least 10 cases of failed action. This is another case of the taxpayer picking up the tab. So can the Minister advise the Chamber how much taxpayers' money has been spent in defending this case and all the other unsuccessful legal actions by the Government?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I said earlier, the Government did successfully within the inner and outer courts win cases on this aspect. But, as I again said, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of this, and it is important that now that they have made that judgment, we respect that judgment. I think it's important that the Scottish Government does undertake cases where we need to explain and defend the positions that we are in. It is important then, once the judgments have been made, that we respect that judgment and we move on. And that is exactly the point that we are at. When it comes to the cost, we will be at the point of being able to publish the cost for that when the case is fully complete, and there still may be other costs that may come forward on this. So I'm unable to give Jackie Baillie a number at this point, but as I certainly have done in previous cases in matters like these, those matters are then made public. So I will keep the member updated on this. She mentions the guidance, whether it's in the NHS or elsewhere. I think it's very important that we take account of what happens on Thursday when both myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care meet the EHRC. I've listened very carefully to press reports that the EHRC intend to have guidance by the summer, but I look forward hopefully to being able to get a bit more detail of that in person. So let me see if Jackie Baillie will forgive me how much more information the EHRC are able to provide at that meeting, and that of course will be up to them. It is their guidance and their timetable. Because I am still waiting for that meeting in person, or the meeting with EHRC on the timetable, I'm not in a position to be able to say when guidance will be updated across government, because I think it's very important I hear from the EHRC directly first, rather than just listening to what I've read in the press. So I need to be able to take that meeting with my colleague on Thursday. But I can assure Jackie Baillie that across the public sector, we are, across the Scottish Government, and indeed I'm sure across the public sector, we are looking very carefully, not just at guidance, but policy and practice as well. Those matters, if the members in the Conservative benches will forgive me, I'm sure I'll be happy to take their questions in due course once I respond to Jackie Baillie. But once we have the timetable from the EHRC, I'll be able to move forward, as the Scottish Government will, across government guidance as we know more about what the EHRC will say.
Fulton McGregor, to be followed by Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I also accept and respect the court ruling. As the Cabinet Secretary has said, Lord Hodge has stated the ruling should not be seen as a triumph of one group at the expense of the other, and stressed the legal protections currently afforded to trans people. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that any implications of this ruling, forming part of a complex area of law, must be discussed sensitively and carefully with the right advice in respect to all groups affected?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think Fulton McGregor is quite right to point to those words about sensitively and carefully considering and with the right advice in front. And that's why I mentioned in my answer to Jackie Bailey the meeting I will be having with the EHRC. We, of course, as I say once again, accept the judgment of the Supreme Court, and we have to remember that it's made a real impact on people across our communities and in our workplaces, and many have found that distressing. But as we move forward with implementation of the Supreme Court judgment, we always have to ensure that we're proceeding on the basis of the rule of law, of equality and inclusion and respect for human rights for everyone. And I give Fulton McGregor my reassurance that that's the principles that the Government will be holding to the rule of law, to the work of and the judgment of the Supreme Court, and to equality, inclusion and human rights for all.
Tess White, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scotland's public bodies, by definition, are an extension of the Scottish Government. Last week, the Supreme Court exposed the Scottish Government's fallacy, but the SNP's reckless ideology has become embedded, like Japanese knotweed, in our public institutions. Whilst it smacks of asking an arsonist to extinguish the fire, will the Cabinet Secretary secure written assurances from all of its public bodies that they will put the policies in place complying with the Supreme Court ruling within 3 months after meeting the EHRC?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I think it's very important to give the EHRC more time than the meeting that we have on Thursday. So with the greatest respect to Tess White, I can absolutely understand the need, the desire and the obligation indeed for pace on this matter. And we will see what the EHRC is able to share with Scottish Government ministers on Thursday. But I can give her the reassurance that across the Scottish Government there is work that has now begun to ensure that policies, practices, procedures and guidance are absolutely compatible with the judgment of the Supreme Court and with the law. That rule of law is exceptionally important to the Government, and it's very important that we do that right across the Scottish Government and right across the public sector, and indeed further to that. And it is a matter that's not only for this Government but for other governments within the UK, which is why I think it's also important that governments can have discussions on those issues to be able to deal with the collective challenge we have to ensure that our guidance is fit for purpose.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Many trans people in Scotland and across the UK will be confused and frightened by the Supreme Court judgment. Can the Minister clarify again how the rights of trans people, including those who already hold gender recognition certificates, can be protected and upheld?
Cabinet Secretary.
Last Thursday I did meet with stakeholders that represent trans community and non-binary people, and I think it is exceptionally important to recognise the real distress that they are reporting from the communities, and that's very, very important. The Supreme Court, within paragraph 100 of its judgment, talked about the Gender Recognition Act and talked about gender recognition certificates. And I think it's very, very important, as well as the other aspects of the Supreme Court judgment that have perhaps had more public scrutiny and traction within the media, to also draw upon the attention of the Chamber and wider society. That paragraph 100, talking about the Gender Recognition Act 2004 and the continued relevance and importance of GRC and the provision of legal recognition of the rights for transgender people. And I hope that gives them some reassurance as we go into what is a difficult time for many members of the trans and non-binary community.
Paul O'Kane, to be followed by Joe Fitzpatrick.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It is important that the court ruling is, of course, respected, and indeed the court itself is respected. I think also we should reflect on the words of Lord Hodge himself, as the Cabinet Secretary did, that this must not be read as a triumph of one or more groups at the expense of another. I wonder, Presiding Officer, if I can return to the issue of legal advice the Government receives. It's already been raised that this is not just the first case that the Government have lost, but it enjoins a long line of court cases lost by the Scottish Government, and of course not just on this subject matter, but on many others. So I wonder if I can firstly ask the Cabinet Secretary, does she have confidence in legal advice that is received by ministers from the Legal Directorate? And given this point of reflection, would she consider reviewing how legal advice is sought by the Government, how it is delivered, how it is requested, and indeed how it is acted upon, given the number of legal cases that are now lost by the Government?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Paul O'Kane for that question? And he is absolutely right to once again talk about respecting the court ruling, and doing so, as Lord Hodge indeed said himself, for all of us who are discussing that to do it in the right manner. And I thank him for the basis of that question. I think it's very important when we talk about this particular case to recognise, and I make no apology for restating this, Presiding Officer, that the Supreme Court did say within their judgment that at all times the Scottish Government within this guidance had followed the guidance of the EHRC. And I would have thought that that is what stakeholders and opposition members would like us to do. We followed the guidance of the EHRC when developing our own guidance. Now, the Supreme Court has made a judgment on that guidance, and it's important that we reflect on that. And that's why it's important that the EHRC will then be updating their guidance as well. That is exactly the basis of the case as we brought it forward. But in saying that, given the Supreme Court's judgment, I accept that judgment, and we will move forward with that basis of implementation.
Joe Fitzpatrick, to be followed by Pam Gossel.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Speaking to the Equalities, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee, Victor Madrigal-Borloz, the UN independent expert on sexual orientation and gender, commented that mention has been made of trans rights, but there is no such thing as trans rights, or gay rights, or lesbian rights. There are human rights of people who are gay, human rights of people who are lesbian, and human rights of people who are trans. As such, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm what steps the Scottish Government is taking to uphold human rights for all?
Cabinet Secretary. Well, Joe Fitzpatrick will be aware that the Government has been working on the Human Rights Bill, and we are absolutely committed to bringing that forward in the next session of Parliament, subject, of course, Presiding Officer, to the 2026 elections. It is important that we are continuing our work on the detailed policy proposals for that Human Rights Bill, and we hope to be able to publish those detailed policy proposals on that bill before the summer recess to allow the constructive engagement on this important piece of work, so we can move forward with the Parliament's, I think, good track record on developing human rights for all.
Pam Gossel, to be followed by Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last week, I was at the UK Supreme Court and got to witness a monumental legal judgment on the definition of the word woman, which was issued thanks to the excellent work of For Women Scotland. In recent days, we have seen statues defaced, death threats issued against women's rights campaigners, and a video of Deputy Convener of the Equalities Committee, Maggie Chapman, MSP, accusing the Supreme Court judges of bigotry, prejudice and hatred. This is shocking behaviour and has been condemned by the Faculty of Advocates. Therefore, I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary if she condemns this behaviour and what action has been taken by the Scottish Government to guarantee the safety of women.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think it's important, Presiding Officer, that for the avoidance of any doubt, I take this away from the issue in question and give a general response, which is the response we should give on every single example of this. There is no excuse for vandalism or criminal behaviour. There is no excuse for death threats. and that is regardless of who that comes from, presiding officer, whether that's towards activists or whether it is towards members of this Parliament, regardless of their views on the Supreme Court. And I think it's very important that I say that is regardless of where people's views were at the start, are at the beginning or are at any stage in this discussion, there is no excuse for criminal behaviour or poor behaviour. And I think that's a particular responsibility for those of us within this chamber. And I again absolutely say that the Scottish Government accepts the decision of the Supreme Court and respects their right to do so.
Emma Roddick, to be followed by Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've had a number of trans constituents get in touch distressed about this judgment, and while it's still unclear how this will impact many situations in practice, as reviews of policy are carried out with the necessary thought and time, not everybody will consider things so carefully. People have jumped to conclusions, and that has direct, immediate impact on interactions in the real world. Now, I can reassure those affected that I continue to be their ally, and many of their neighbours have actually reached out to offer their support as well. But could the Cabinet Secretary offer any further reassurance for the LGBTQ+ community in the Highlands and Islands and beyond, and speak to the Scottish Government's position on upholding and progressing their rights?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Emma Roddick for that question, and I can once again restate this Government's determination to uphold human rights for all communities, and that includes the trans and non-binary communities. Trans men and women are our friends, they are our neighbours, they are our work colleagues, they are members of our family, and it's important that we recognise that the trans community has always and will always be a valued member of our community. Now that, of course, may mean, and I'm sure does mean from the discussions that I've also had with members of the trans community, that there is a great deal of upset and worry following the Supreme Court's decision, which is why this Government, and I hope this Parliament, will go forward with careful consideration and due diligence, and do so in a respectful manner for everybody involved.
Maggie Chapman, to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you. Last weekend saw thousands of trans people and their friends and allies gather across the UK, including on the streets of Edinburgh, Glasgow, Dundee and Aberdeen. Trans people want to be able to live their lives like any of us, without fear of prejudice or violence. But they are concerned about how their lives will be affected, including access to healthcare and other essential services. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's comments about advancing equality of women, girls and the LGBTQI+ community. But what further assurances can she provide today that the dignity and safety of trans people will be upheld and that they will have access to the services and facilities they need to participate fully in daily life?
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, we should all be able to live without prejudice and violence in our society. It does no one any favours if there is prejudice, violence, or indeed even just a threat of violence as we discuss particularly sensitive issues. I said in my answer to Emma Roddick, it is important that we recognise the trans and non-binary community as being our friends, our neighbours, members of our family. That's how I will continue my work as Minister with responsibility for equalities. Now, of course, the Scottish Government, with the acceptance of the Supreme Court judgment, will have to look at policies, practices and procedures across government. That may mean that services and facilities may have to be delivered in a different way in some aspects, but it is important that everyone has access to services and facilities, and that's an important point that we will continue to consider.
Alex Cole-Hamilton, to be followed by Michelle Thompson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, my party accepts the judgment of the Supreme Court and the legal clarity that it provides. But we also recognise that the trans and non-binary people that we all represent will be afraid today. They are concerned about what this judgment will mean for them in practice, about what rights and protections the law now provides them. And given the tone of some of the attendant coverage around the judgment, they will even have questions about how welcome they are in our society. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that with some urgency there is now a job of work for both of our governments in providing them with the reassurance and legal guidance that they need in order to live their lives in acceptance and dignity?
Cabinet Secretary.
Alec Cole-Hamilton raises a very important point. He is quite right, once again, to talk about the real fear within the trans and non-binary community, and they are afraid. And it's absolutely important that we all recognise that. And with that, those fears, we also have to accept and follow our work through on the basis of what does that mean in practice for the trans and non-binary community. How welcome do they feel is not necessarily just about what it means in practice, but it also means about how we carry on our debate and our discussions on these issues. So it's important that we talk about the practicalities, and it's also important about the perceptions that people will have and will pick up by the way that we carry this debate forward. So I give him my assurance that we will give very careful consideration as we move forward with the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment, not just to ensure that we are obeying the rule of law and we are implementing that judgment, but we do so in a sensitive manner, and we do so speaking to everyone, regardless of people's opinions, regardless of what community they are part of. It's important that we speak to everyone. But then once we have spoken to people, always our policy, our practices and our guidance will be based on the rule of law.
Bill Thompson, to be followed by Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I note the conciliatory tone adopted by the Cabinet Secretary? And I'm especially pleased now that women's voices will eventually be listened to. And could I add to the list, in addition to 4 Women in Scotland, the likes of Sex Matters, Murray, Blackburn, Mackenzie, who have done such sterling work, LGBT Alliance and so on. Many of us noticed at the weekend the really quite shocking and disgusting language being used at some of the debates, including wishes to urinate and defecate on women. And it's ironic that sex was not included as a protected characteristic in the hate crime bill, with the promise of a misogyny bill. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline any indication of when this is going to come forward? I appreciate it's a different portfolio, but fundamentally where it will have women as a sex class at its heart.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Again, I would reiterate there is no excuse for poor, bad and particularly criminal behaviour. There is just simply no excuse for this, Presiding Officer. But I think particularly pertinent when we are discussing an issue of such sensitivity, and whereas Alec Cole-Hamilton and others have spoken to, there is real fear from people who have raised their voice on this issue. Michelle Thompson is quite right to point to the fact that gender or sex was not part of the hate crime legislation. She, I know, is well aware of the work that's been undertaken and the work towards a misogyny bill. Clearly, given the ruling of the Supreme Court, we are now giving careful consideration to the impacts of the Supreme Court ruling on the work that will be undertaken on the misogyny bill, and the Cabinet Secretary for Justice will be able to update Parliament in due course. But it is important, once again, and I stress, Presiding Officer, that we do take time to look at that judgment, that 88-page judgment from the Supreme Court, to give that exceptionally careful consideration, particularly on an issue of such importance such as the misogyny bill.
Rachel Hamilton, to be followed by Karen Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The SNP have tied themselves in knots trying to define what a woman is. John Swinney still doesn't know. Discussing women's rights has been met in and out of this chamber with accusations of transphobia. Stating the obvious has led to women being called bigots. But thanks to the Supreme Court, we all know where we now stand. So will the Cabinet Secretary now apologise to all women who have been vilified, lost their jobs, experienced sexual harassment, voyeurism, serious assault and intimidation, all because of her government's self-ID policy? And will the Scottish Government instruct all public sector authorities to settle any ongoing legal cases or employment tribunals relating to the provision of single-sex spaces?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on ongoing legal cases, and that is an important obligation on Scottish ministers. What I would also say is that, and I've said this before, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government carried forward its work on the guidance on gender representation on public boards in good faith, using, as the Supreme Court judgment said within its own judgment, using the EHRC guidance. That was what was followed as we developed our guidance. In saying that, we of course recognise and accept the judgment of the Supreme Court, and that's exactly why we are now moving forward to the implementation, and the rule of law must be followed within not just, of course, the Scottish Government, but everyone that is impacted by the Supreme Court judgment.
Karen Adam, to be followed by Claire Baker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The ruling provides clarity on the interpretation of two pieces of legislation, both of which were passed at Westminster. Can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about the relevant engagement with the UK Government going forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, my officials are meeting with their counterparts from the UK Government on Thursday the 24th of April, and as I said in my statement immediately following the judgment, I wrote to the UK Government seeking an urgent meeting. I think it is important at this time, as the UK Government and the Scottish Government work through the impacts of the Supreme Court judgment. I think it's important that those discussions take place, both at official level and I hope also at a ministerial level. As I said, I think during my statement, and if I haven't, for avoidance of any doubt, I'm still waiting for a reply to that letter that I sent to the UK Government.
Claire Baker, to be followed by Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has indicated she is soon to meet with the EHRC to discuss guidance. I have previously raised how intimate care in medical and care settings is delivered and the patient's understanding of the description of a woman doctor or carer. Does the Cabinet Secretary think that the Supreme Court's judgment has any implications for the definition of a woman in these settings? And can I ask if that is part of the discussions planned with the EHRC?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, of course, the amount that we will be able to discuss within one meeting with the EHRC will be limited, just because, as I'm sure Claire Baker will understand, particularly since the Supreme Court judgment, there is quite a lot to get through now, so she'll forgive me if I'm not quite sure how much of that discussion we will be able to have on Thursday. But I think it is very important that as we move forward following the meeting that we have on Thursday, that there is, I hope, a regular dialogue where the HRC will be able to keep a Scottish Government informed about its work. Now, it is up to them, and rightly so, independent of all governments, to be able to take forward that work on guidance. But at least for us to know the timetable for that work, or when at least they hope the timetable for that work to be published, I think is very important. What is we will be able to discuss on Thursday, I hope will provide us with the principles and a wider understanding. We may not get to the level of detail that she wishes us to do so on Thursday, but as we go through both within the NHS and other parts of government, of course, ministers will keep Parliament updated as guidance changes or if policy and practice changes. So I give her that reassurance.
Megan Gallagher, to be followed by Martin Whitfield.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There is not a single mention in the Cabinet Secretary's statement about the huge amount of taxpayers' money that has been wasted by the Scottish Government arguing about the definition of a woman. Taxpayers expect their money to be spent on helping our NHS, improving our roads, keeping our streets safe, not court cases that aim to defend the indefensible. So will the Cabinet Secretary come clean with the public and confirm how much money was spent by the SNP government to argue against biological sex in court?
Cabinet Secretary.
As I said, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government had already taken this both to the inner and outer house, and the reason it's got to the Supreme Court is the fact that that is the due process that has been followed. And now that we've got to the final decision point, we respect the judgment on that. I hope Megan Gallagher will genuinely understand that the final costs are still being calculated on this. The judgment was only in the middle of last week, and there are some final aspects of that case that will still need to be finalised. But once those final costs are calculated, they will be published in due course.
Martin Whitfield, to be followed by Ash Regan.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. I'd like to go back to the Cabinet Secretary's response to my colleague Paul O'Kane. In the statement, the Cabinet Secretary talks about the Scottish Government successfully defending the guidance twice, and this seems to have arisen because you followed the because the Scottish Government followed the EHRC advice. Does the Cabinet Secretary have any concerns about the quality of advice the Scottish Government are receiving when it's just taking into account another body's legal advice, and will she look at that?
Cabinet Secretary.
With the greatest respect to Martin Whitfield, the HRC isn't just another body. They're the arbiter and regulator on issues to do with equality. So, quite frankly, I would be astonished if the Scottish Government did something that wasn't reliant on the HRC guidance. This isn't just another body, Presiding Officer, and that's why I think it is important that the Supreme Court did reference the fact that the Scottish Government had followed EHRC guidance, and that was the basis on which our case was taken forward.
Ash Regan, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We all owe For Women Scotland and the many people that supported them a huge debt of gratitude, and one of them is in the gallery with us today. By contrast, this Parliament and this Government have let the women of Scotland down badly. They lectured us about tone, including again today, and patronised us, whilst at the same time giving away women's hard-won rights. This Parliament and this Government turned away as women's reputations were being trashed. Women were being suspended or hounded out of their jobs simply for stating that sex is immutable. And they refused to listen when women were being harmed in single-sex spaces, services and sports. Politicians that did not stand up for women should hang their heads in shame. How did this Parliament and this Government get this so wrong and let Scottish women down so badly? And if I can contradict the Cabinet Secretary, I would say there should be no more delay in acting on this, because Scottish women have waited long enough.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would hope that we could all agree that tone is important in this. I've heard from members today about the fears, the concerns of both activists who have taken this. I'm sorry, Presiding Officer, I'm slightly struggling to know if I was going to say if Ms Regan wanted an intervention, but I've just remembered it's a statement. But I'm happy to try and answer her questions if she will let me. I think it is important that we will look at the intone all of this. And we've heard today about the concerns about threats and intimidation to both women who took forward this case, and also threats and intimidation towards the trans and non-binary community. That's why the tone is important, because it's important for everybody involved in this. We've also always, as a government, respected single-sex spaces and respected the exemptions that are within the Equality Act. And it's important that we move forward again on that basis. And I can reassure the member that there is not a delay. The work is continuing, but I hope she would also recognise that the HRC have an important role to play in this, and that's why what they have to say on this, both in terms of what they may be able to say on Thursday on an initial meeting and their guidance that will follow, is so exceptionally important.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate that this debate
It does raise as many emotive issues and has very strong views on all sides, and I think that is to be accepted and respected as well. But I hope that whatever one's views on this debate, we all accept that at the heart of it lies people, human beings who are our fellow Scots, those who vote for us and those who don't. But it's also true that gender recognition certificates have been issued in Scotland for nearly 2 decades. Whilst it's a relatively small group of people, many of those holders of those certificates will now be wondering what legal rights these certificates still offer them, if any at all. So can I ask specifically, and on a technical level, if the Scottish Government is willing to undertake any legal advice or analysis or offer any guidance to holders of these certificates as to their future and their day-to-day lives?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I welcome Jamie Green to his new position within this chamber? And I think it's important, again, that he talks very powerfully about at the heart of this is people. And I think as we go through this discussion, regardless of people's views on this and regardless of their views before the Supreme Court reached its judgment, it has reached its judgment. We must move to implementation, and we must do so always bearing in mind, as he rightly says we should, that people are at the heart of everything that we do. When it comes to gender recognition certificates, I think I mentioned in my previous answers and statements the important parts of the Supreme Court judgment, such as paragraph 100, that talked particularly about gender recognition certificates. He knows well, I know that the 2004 Act was a piece that was passed by Westminster. It has been there now for some time. It is important that we now reflect on what is in the judgment from the Supreme Court about still the importance of gender recognition certificates, and also for the Supreme Court's statements around the rights of the trans community still being protected within the Equality Act due to gender reassignment.
Murdo Fraser, to be followed by Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The position of NHS Fife in relation to the Sandy Peggy Employment Tribunal must now be entirely unsustainable in light of the Supreme Court judgment. Like me, the Cabinet Secretary will have constituents in Fife, thousands of individuals waiting too long for vital treatments because NHS Fife is starved of resources, and yet they are spending what must now be hundreds of thousands of pounds in legal costs defending the indefensible. Isn't it time the Scottish Government instructed them to throw in the towel and stop wasting our money?
Cabinet Secretary.
As Murdo Fraser well knows, that this is a matter between the employer NHS Fife and the employees. It is subject to ongoing judicial proceedings in the Employment Tribunal, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment on such a live case.
And Sue Webber.
The Cabinet Secretary has stated many times that the rule of law is important and must be followed right across the public sector. Cabinet Secretary, I trust this extends to organisations that receive grant funding from the Scottish Government. And can I ask that the Scottish Government will now only support organisations financially that respect and abide with the rule of law?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, as I think I've said on a number of occasions now, it is important that both the Scottish Government, public bodies and indeed other organisations reflect very carefully on the Supreme Court judgment and ensure that they are abiding by not only the Equality Act but all other relevant pieces of legislation.
Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. Point of order, Douglas Ross.
Accept a motion without notice, Standing Order 8.13.3, to extend this debate to allow those of us, including myself, who requested a question of the Cabinet Secretary to put our questions to them on this monumental statement. I think it's only right that this Parliament is able to hear all of the voices on this issue and hopefully get answers from the Scottish Government.
Thank you, Mr Ross. The Bureau discussed allocation of time this afternoon on this very statement, and that time was extended, and I've now extended that extension, and it's important that we protect time for other issues, and there will of course be further opportunities this week to put questions to the Government on this matter. That concludes the ministerial statement.
Thank you. The next item of business is a Scottish Government debate on the international situation. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons. And I call on the First Minister, John Swinney, to open the debate. Up to 13 minutes, please.
So we began our business this afternoon by expressing our condolences at the death of Pope Francis, recognising the significance of his spiritual leadership in the world. It seems appropriate that we continue our business today considering the current international situation, which was a subject that concerned the comments and the contribution of His Holiness on so many occasions. Presiding Officer, in these times, it's never been clearer that we live in an interdependent world in which the idea of being a bystander for any country has gone forever. Decisions on trade taken, for example, by the United States or China are bound to have an impact on living standards here in Scotland. Russia's ongoing barbaric invasion of Ukraine, or the brutal attack by Hamas on Israel, as well as the killing of Palestinian children by Israel, have deep and significant consequences far beyond those conflicts. More than that, aggression on such a scale and the apparent disregard for human life offends any sense of common humanity. Today, the Scottish Government is bringing forward a debate without motion on the international situation. I hope this will be an occasion where members of Parliament can speak freely and openly on the major international issues of the day that have implications for our country and the communities that we serve. We have an opportunity to listen carefully to each other's contributions and to learn from one another as we navigate these difficult days. The relative stability the international system has provided us with in the past 80 years has, in many ways, been assumed to be able to go on forever, uninterrupted. With every civil liberty gained since the end of the Second World War, with every rise in living and educational standards, with every international agreement signed, with each advancement in knowledge and technology, few imagined we would arrive in an age in which leaders actively seek to roll back universal progress in favour of protectionist measures once more. In these circumstances, it is more important than ever for Scotland to champion the benefits of international trade, cooperation and solidarity. As leader of the Scottish National Party, I obviously believe we could both help people in Scotland cope with these challenges and to make our voice heard more effectively as an independent nation-state within the European Union. But I acknowledge that others take a different view. But the vast majority of members in this chamber share common values. And common values, I believe, reflect the founding values of the European Union. Of course.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful to the First Minister for giving way, and I very much agree with his points about the assumption of progress and the benefits that globalisation and trade have brought. But would he also reflect, as I do, that we need to think about some of the costs that globalisation and maybe some of the circumstances we find ourselves are because we didn't pay enough attention to some of the inequalities and inequities that were created by globalisation and the trade, despite the benefits it has brought?
First Minister.
Mr Johnson makes an absolutely valid point that there are huge benefits of globalisation, but there are obviously, at the same time as that globalisation has happened, and as progress has taken place in countless societies around the world, there will be other societies that have experienced prolonged inequality, and there will be profound inequalities even within some of those societies that have benefited from globalisation. And Mr Johnson is intimately familiar with the agenda that my government is pursuing, which is addressing inequalities that exist within our society today. So there is much substance to the point that he makes, and we have to be alert to the implications of those inequalities and those dangers as we wrestle with what is a fast-changing environment in front of us. Of course.
Stephen Kerr.
The First Minister, therefore, on the basis of what he just said in response to Daniel Johnson, does he not accept that perhaps our debating time in the chamber today would have been better used discussing how we can extend opportunity and freedom of choice and all these things that I was very heartened to hear him say he agreed with in answer to a question I asked him in the last FMQs before he went to New York. Wouldn't it have been better for us to have spent our time discussing how we can make those things happen in Scotland today, rather than this open-ended debate on international situation?
First Minister.
I think the point I made in my opening remarks is the fact that we are now in a situation today where we are not immune from the changing international events. That is why we're having this debate today, because I think it's important this Parliament reflects on the fact that the international community in which we are residing is now changing very dramatically around about us, and we have to be conscious of the implications of that. And if I want to give Mr Kerr a substantive answer on the implications of international trade changes that are emerging in the international community, I have to have an understanding of those questions, and I have to be held to account about my understanding of those questions by Parliament, because they will shape the response that I bring forward in leading the government in exercising our devolved responsibilities. Now, we will of course have plenty of opportunity to discuss the domestic implications of these issues as I, for example, set out the government's programme on the 6th of May, which will set out the further steps the government will take to implement our domestic agenda. I'll give way to
Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful to the First Minister for giving way, because he was offering a substantive answer. And given this is a wide-ranging debate with no motion, then I believe we can ask any questions seeking a substantive answer from the First Minister. So he repeatedly refused to answer this question at the weekend. And this has got nothing to do with accepting the Supreme Court judgment or otherwise. This is about his government. Does John Swinney and the SNP government believe that a trans woman is a woman or not?
Before the First Minister rises to his feet, I would also point out to Mr Ross, of course, that wide-ranging is wide-ranging, but also I'm looking at the title of the debate, which is Scottish Government debate on the international situation. So I think that would be important to underline at this early stage in the debate. First Minister, I'll leave it to you as to how you wish to respond.
Well, thank you, Presiding Officer. But I think Mr Ross is obviously very familiar with the answers I gave at the weekend. So, given his familiarity, I'll stick very strictly to the contents of the debate to take this forward. So, I'll give way to Mr Ross again.
Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful because I am familiar with the answers the First Minister gave at the weekend, because 5 times he was asked this question and he wouldn't give a clear answer.
Mr Ross, could you resume? Mr Ross, could you resume your seat a second? Thank you very much. I have made it clear that, and it's a normal rule of this Parliament, that we do seek to debate the subject matter of the debate. I'm always happy to take a wide view of what that is, but I'm looking at the title, Mr Ross. The title is Scottish Government Debate on the International Situation. So with the best will in the world, Mr Ross, please bring your remarks within the remit of our debate today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've been contacted by a constituent who wonders about the international response to the Scottish Government and the First Minister's answer to this question. Does he believe that a trans woman is a woman, yes or no?
Mr Ross, I think we've kind of dealt with that. First Minister, please resume and carry on with your speech. Thank you.
I think the international community will have seen that the Scottish Government has continued the important tradition of believing in the rule of law and accepting the Supreme Court judgment, which has been at the heart of my response this last week. The point I was developing, Presiding Officer, was of the importance of us having a values-based approach to the international situation that we face, and much of that is focused around the values of the European Union, which have served us well and which this government would want to see endorsed in the future. In addition to that perspective, our stance on international conflict also is relevant to the situation that we face, because as a country we have experienced the immediate implications of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in terms of the displacement of people, the increase in the levels of migration that this country has positively responded to, but also the significant disruptions to economic activity that have come as a consequence of that conflict. I make that point to illustrate that the implications of the international situation are felt directly and acutely here in Scotland as a consequence of their actions. We have also, and this Parliament has debated, the horror of the attack by Hamas on Israel and the significance and the brutality of the Israeli response. And we have been at the forefront of calling for a ceasefire in that conflict to enable us to make our voices heard in arguing for peace and stability. Now, one of the benefits of recent weeks has been the sustained effort, which will be marked in Butte House this evening, of collaboration between the Jewish and the Islamic communities in Scotland to come together to sign what is becoming known as the Drumlanrig Accord, a unified declaration between representatives of the Jewish and Islamic communities, condemning hate crime, condemning bigotry, condemning xenophobia, sending a crucial message of unity and mutual respect when it is much needed. And I applaud everyone who has been involved in shaping that declaration for what it does in our communities. Presiding Officer, on the issue of climate action has also been relevant to the formulation of the response that we need to take forward to the changing international situation. There is more and more dismissing now of the climate emergency, with populist leaders increasingly ready to trade the hope and the health of future generations for short-term gains. We have to recognise that climate change will increase conflict, it will increase hunger, it will increase disease, inequality and mortality, and it has undeniably done so for some time. Last year alone, flooding displaced, flooding displaced thousands in Brazil and South Sudan, and wildfires swept through regions in Canada, Portugal and California. We in Scotland have seen the effect of severe storms, and we must act together to build a fairer, greener and more resilient economy and society as a consequence. I'll give way to Mr
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful to the First Minister for taking the intervention and for his addressing this issue in the context of the international situation. I'm just wondering, in his recent visit to the US, a country where there is now underway a full-on ideological purge against climate science, climate scientists and those who are seeking to bring about positive and rational climate action. Did he take the time during his visit to meet with any of those who are on the receiving end of the brutality of the Trump regime, which is, as I say, purging anyone who is seeking to take forward climate action or to undertake climate science?
First Minister.
I didn't have the opportunity to do that in the format that Mr Harvey puts to me, but I did have the opportunity to engage with the Council on Foreign Relations, which was a helpful dialogue about many of the strategic issues that we face. Now, Presiding Officer, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Scottish Government's International Development Programme, which is a significant milestone in terms of Scotland's commitment to addressing poverty and inequality overseas. At a time when the United States, the United Kingdom and other donors have slashed their aid budgets, we in Scotland are committed to continuing our support to Global South partner countries and more widely to responding to humanitarian emergencies. Today I am pleased to announce a contribution of £240,000 to our Humanitarian Emergency Fund to the Disaster Emergency Committee's appeal for the Middle East, along with £30,000 for the Scottish charities SCIAF and Mercy Corps for their responses in Lebanon and Syria. This is in addition to the £250,000 that we provided to this appeal last November, and comes at a time when humanitarian needs continue to increase across Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon and Syria. So Scotland will continue to take forward our trusted approach to partnership in the international community. In recent weeks, Presiding Officer, the global economy has been significantly disrupted by the steps to introduce tariffs by the United States. The volatility in the global markets has had the effect of undermining the patterns of international business activity to which we have become accustomed, and poses risks to our ambitions to grow and to strengthen the Scottish economy. The priority of the Scottish Government has been to act to support Scottish business in dealing with these turbulent events by engaging with the business community on the circumstances they face, by pursuing with the UK Government the issues that matter to different sectors of the Scottish economy, and continuing to promote Scotland as an attractive and secure place for international investment. Indeed, the Deputy First Minister, the Minister for Business and I have all been involved in recent weeks in promoting investment in Scotland in the UAE, China, Japan and the United States. And we continue to seek deeper engagement with the United Kingdom Government about the content of any trade deal with the United States, and to encourage better and more effective trading partnerships with the European Union, which lies at the heart of the Government's international investment strategy. Presiding Officer, in drawing my remarks to a close, I would say it is absolutely vital that Scotland recognises the significance of the international situation as it affects our own domestic priorities. As First Minister, I am interested in raising standards of living in this country. I am interested in building community. I am interested in investing in our culture, our services, our businesses. I am interested in the health of the planet that we share. But I recognise that we cannot take forward all of the action we wish to take forward in all of these different areas without properly and fully recognising the scope and the extent of the influence of the international agenda on our community. So today, I hope we can have a debate in this Parliament that reflects the significance of the international debate, the significance of the change in international circumstances, and recognise the extent to which that affects our prospects as a country and the need for us to have a resilient and effective response to all of those challenges.
Thank you, First Minister. I now call on Stephen Kerr to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Around 9 minutes, please.
Well, first of all, Presiding Officer, I would like to join the First Minister in expressing condolence to Catholics all over Scotland and around the world on the passing of a holy man, Pope Francis. And I would also like to join him in praising the accord that has been reached between Jewish and Muslim leaders in our own country to deal with some of the issues that we see reflected in the international situation. And I also would agree with him in terms of the interconnected nature of our existence. But, Presiding Officer, this Parliament was not established to play at being the Foreign Office. We are not the United Nations. We're not here to simulate debates from the House of Commons. We are devolved legislature with a defined purpose, namely to improve the lives of the people of Scotland by delivering better devolved public services and outcomes. I will give way. Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for that intervention. In terms of improving the well-being and the prosperity of the people, does he not appreciate that that relies on exports? And if I take the visit to the UAE as one example, in terms of single country sales forecasts for Scottish companies, the UAE now is only second to the US. He knows how exposed we are to the turbulence caused by US tariffs. Does he not think that that is in the interest of the people of Scotland to improve exports?
Stephen Kerr.
I agree that export sales are an important part of a prosperous and growing economy. But this debate has been deliberately framed, the international situation, and we are spending valuable time in this chamber, and we only have a few hours debating time in this chamber in a week. And what this is, in effect, and with all respect to the First Minister and to the Deputy First Minister, this is a distraction. This is an orchestrated sleight of hand by a failing government desperate to change the subject. Presiding Officer, this chamber was created to be accountable to the people of Scotland for devolved responsibilities, for health, for education, for transport, for housing, for justice and local government. Of course I will.
Minister Jamie Hepburn.
He describes this debate as an orchestrated sleight of hand. Would he reflect on the fact that the Bureau met, agreed to schedule this debate, brought it forward as a business motion to this chamber, and this chamber agreed to have this debate?
Stephen Kerr.
I return to my point, because his intervention makes no difference to my point. My point is the primary function of this devolved Parliament is to hold this government to account for issues that are devolved. But when the SNP is confronted with its dismal domestic record, it doesn't face the music, it changes the tune. Rather than deal with the growing crisis in our NHS, they want us to take time to debate Gaza. They want to, rather than talk about the collapse in our education standards, they prefer we discuss Ukraine. And rather than account for their economic underperformance, they would like us to stand up and offer comments on American politics or French farming. I will give way.
Daniel Johnson.
I wonder if I'm grateful for the member of giving way. I have to disagree with him on a point, but up to a point. Because while I think that this is a chamber that is about devolved matters, the international situation does impact them. So, for example, Scotland has a very vital contribution to make in terms of the defence of this country. We have a substantial defence sector footprint, and one that actually I think sometimes this administration has been rather coy about discussing. Is that not such a thing that we should be relevantly discussing and absolutely highlight some of the shortfalls of this administration?
Stephen Kerr.
Yes, but the whole point of this time, this precious time we have in this chamber, is we should be focusing we should focus our attention on matters that are relevant to the purpose of this Parliament. And these matters are important matters. The subject and content of the First Minister's speech this afternoon was full of important matters, but that does not mean that those are the things that should take up the very little time we have in this Parliament in order to debate these issues and hold the government to account. I give way to Karen Adam.
Karen Adam.
I do thank the member for giving way, but does the member not agree with me that rise of right-wing politics across the world should be something that is absolutely front and centre in this debating chamber if history tells us anything?
Stephen Kerr.
And the way that we address the extremes in politics is by making sure that we do justice by the people of Scotland in areas that impact on the quality of their everyday lives. So, for example, on education, I will give way to the First Minister.
First Minister.
I tread delicately here without pointing out the total contradiction of Stephen Kerr's point that he's putting to Parliament today. Because in the precious time available to Parliament on First Minister's questions, Mr Kerr chose to table a question asking me about international trade. Now, does that not point out the fact that Mr Kerr is talking absolute nonsense in this debate today?
Always courteous and respectful, First Minister.
I'm not
Mr Kerr.
sure that is a respectful term, absolute nonsense, because we're all entitled. First Minister, if I may have your attention. The point of this
members,
debate is
members,
that
Mr Kerr has the floor.
Sorry?
I was saying that Mr Kerr has the floor.
Thank you. Thanks, Presiding Officer. Yes, thank you very much. The whole point is I'm not talking nonsense, because the question I asked at FMQs, and the Minister for Parliamentary Business did say that he would log the fact that I brought up an issue that involves Scotland's place in the world, and I accept that. But this is a debate entitled The International Situation. So I want to talk about situations that impact on the people of Scotland and look at them from the vantage point of the rest of the world. So take, for example, the SNP inherited the highest performing education system in the United Kingdom. In 2012, we led the UK in core subjects. Fast forward to 2025, and we are languishing near the bottom of the UK rankings and far behind many of our international peers. In the most recent PISA 2022 results, Scottish pupils ranked 30th in mathematics, 14th in reading, 32nd in science, out of 37 OECD countries. We now sit behind countries like Slovenia and Latvia. That is not a record to be proud of. That is the international situation that we should be focused on, because that is the national embarrassment. So what did the SNP do in response to these issues? They pulled Scotland out of key international comparative studies. The official reason given? Budget priorities. The real result? Fewer benchmarks and less scrutiny. That's not reform, it's retreat. On health, the SNP tells us that NHS is safe in their hands, but the facts tell a different story. In the OECD's Regional Wellbeing Index, Scotland scores just 5 out of 10 for health. Life expectancy is falling. For men, it is now 76.2 years. For women, 80.7. That places us behind Ireland, behind Canada, behind countries that once looked to Scotland as a standard setter. The A&E crisis, now chronic. 723,000 Scots now waiting for outpatient or inpatient procedures. The legal 12-week treatment guarantee introduced in 2012 by this government, now routinely breached. In 2024, only 60% of patients receive treatment within that time frame. It is, in practice, a fiction. Social care reform. £30 million spent on plans for a national care service. Plans now shelved, stalled and subject to indefinite delay. Audit Scotland has described NHS Scotland as a crisis without a plan. Staff are exhausted. Infrastructure is crumbling. This is not world-class healthcare. It is failure institutionalised. On the economy, let's not be seduced by SNP talking points on foreign direct investment. The real measure of a healthy economy is whether its own citizens are investing and creating. And on that metric, Scotland ranks 34th out of 35 OECD countries for domestic business investment. That's second from the bottom. Only Cyprus fares worse. Unemployment rate sits at 73.5%, behind the UK average of 75, ranking now below Portugal, Spain and Poland. Ministers talk about attracting investors, but they will not talk about the growing number of businesses that struggle to start or survive. Productivity remains low, confidence remains flat, and child poverty persists. Now, when it comes to transport, few scandals match the ferry fiasco. The Glensanix and the Glen Rosa ferries, ordered in 2015 for £97 million, are expected to cost over £300 million. Or consider the A9. In 2007, the SNP promised to dual the road by 2025. Between 2017 and 2022, not a single new mile was delivered.
Mr Kerr, you'll need to bring your remarks to a close, please.
And as of 2024, only 11 miles are dual. So let me talk about the international situation.
In concluding your remarks, Mr Kerr, thank you.
No one is calling Butte House for advice. The idea that foreign leaders are queuing up to learn from the SNP government is pure delusion. If they are calling it at all, it is to ask, how did it all go so wrong? And the answer is this: a government obsessed with image over substance, a parliament distracted from its purpose, and a politics that values posture over performance. And
Mr Kerr, please conclude your remarks. I have been generous. Please conclude now, otherwise we'll move on directly to the next speaker. Thank you.
I think that means I must sit down.
Well, if that's one way to do it. Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call on Neil Bibby to open on behalf of Scottish Labour. Around 9 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In opening, I join other members in marking the sad passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. He was a much-loved, compassionate and humble man. He cared deeply about the poor and welcomed the marginalised. He will be missed, and my thoughts are with all those mourning his loss. We meet today to debate global events and its implications for people here and across the world, and there's much to discuss, from the intentions of the new US administration to the war in Ukraine and the humanitarian crises in Gaza, Sudan and Myanmar, and much more. Like other members, I cannot possibly begin to address all of these issues and more in the time that I have. I therefore refer members to my previous comments on the need for peace and for international law to be upheld in the Middle East and in Ukraine. I will focus my remarks this afternoon on Scotland and the UK's place in the world, what we must do, what we must not do, and the opportunities we have in terms of our diplomatic, economic and defence policies. A lot of these will be reserved, but as Daniel Johnson said, some of these will be devolved. Of course, it's important to note there is no motion for the debate today. This may well be a reflection on the uncertain times we are living in. My initial thought when discovering that there was going to be no motion for debate was that it was perhaps an admission from the Scottish Government that a single motion cannot simply provide the answers to the countless complex challenges we currently face. That is on some level welcome, Presiding Officer, because anyone pretending to have all the answers here, I fear, is mistaken, and I welcome the debate being facilitated in this way. Because the international situation is unpredictable and is evolving rapidly. As the Prime Minister has said recently, the world as we knew it has gone. The world is changing, trade-offs will be required, and we need to adapt and move with the times too. But we should do so with caution. Caution because misinformation, which we see so readily on social media, can lead to miscalculations. Reliable intelligence from reliable sources and cool heads are required to navigate the difficult terrain that we are in. That's why I am pleased that the new UK Labour Government and the Prime Minister are providing that sort of serious leadership for serious times, with an approach that seeks to bring countries together and cooperation with our global allies and partners, particularly when it comes to our support for Ukraine, for example, but also one at the same time which seeks to protect our own national security. Strengthening relations with others whilst also focusing on our own self-reliance is a difficult but important balance to be struck. Countries have always and always will act in their own national interest, and we should be no different. But we should also seek to work together with international partners based on common goals. Strong diplomacy... Yes, I'll give way.
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful to Neil Bibby for giving way, and I wonder if he could say a little more about what he means by international partners with whom we share common goals. Given the Trump regime's alignment with anti-democratic forces and its direct threats against previously friendly democratic countries, surely the UK has to conclude that it can no longer be treated as a reliable ally.
Neil Bibby.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that last point Patrick Harvey made, but I will come on to some further thoughts on the relationship we do have with the United States. Strong diplomacy is based on common goals, but also on trust, and that trust will be tested when there is uncertainty about where countries we've had a long relationship with are heading, and the extent to which we do have common goals. In times like this, we do need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Where do we stand? What is it we want to achieve? And what are we prepared to do to achieve them? A positive and special relationship with the United States has been vital to Scotland and all of the United Kingdom, and continues to be so. It has spanned countless presidents, prime ministers and generations of our citizens and Americans. Its importance cannot be overstated, and Scottish Labour understands this. That's why Anna Sala was in both New York and Washington recently, and that's, I'm sure, why the First Minister was also recently in the United States. This relationship has been helped enormously by the presence of the US Consulate in Edinburgh since 1798, and I do hope the US State Department will ensure it remains, as its closure would be a retrograde step. In just a few weeks' time, we will commemorate the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, where British and American forces stood shoulder to shoulder, many sacrificing their lives for the liberation of Europe from the Nazis. NATO was born thereafter, with the Ottawa Agreement to protect and defend our shared values of freedom and democracy. And that founding role, as well as Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, is as important today as it was then. Of course, standing with us in those dark days were our friends and allies in the Commonwealth, India, Pakistan, Australia, New Zealand and Canada, to name a few. And our relationship with them remains critical, and we should support them as they have supported us. And I would like to wish our friends in Canada and Australia in particular the best as they exercise their democratic rights over the next few weeks. So too does our relationship with our closest neighbours in Europe, and it is right that the Prime Minister is seeking to reset our relationship with the European Union, as well as ensuring we work together to strengthen security on the continent and support Ukraine from Putin's aggression. And on that, let me turn to the economic situation. The news that President Trump has suspended the proposed increased tariffs for 90 days is, of course, welcome. The Liberation Day tariff announcement caused an immense amount of uncertainty for businesses and markets around the world. Unnecessary barriers to trade and a trade war are not in Scotland's national interest or in the interests of working people. And any prospective trade deals must be in the interests of businesses, consumers and workers too. Isolationism may seem attractive to some, but it has costs. It's not for us to tell other countries what to do, but we must send a signal to the world that we are open for business. There are opportunities from taking that outward-looking approach. I believe by utilising the UK's soft power and brand Scotland, we can, for example, bring more tourists to visit and students to study here. Protecting the safety of our citizens is the first duty of government. Security takes many forms: economic security, food security, energy security and defence security, which the UK government is significantly increasing spending on, and that is welcome, and I, like Daniel Johnson, hope we can have the opportunity to discuss that further. British steel is also vital to our economic and national security, to sectors such as rail, construction and shipbuilding. The UK government was therefore right to take decisive action to save British steel and to pass emergency legislation to prevent the last of the UK's blast furnaces in Scunthorpe being shut down. Because if they were allowed to close, the UK would be the only country in the G20 without the ability to make primary steel. Considering the uncertainty of the international situation, we must support our industries to ensure that we are all well equipped to deal with all eventualities, and that's why it's also right the UK Government have announced an additional £200 million for the future of Grangemouth. The investment in Scotland's industrial future will allow for a transition plan for the site. Cementing our energy security is incredibly important, and establishing a public energy company is a key way to do that. I know that's something the Scottish Government promised and failed to do, but the new UK Labour Government is also now taking forward the creation of GB Energy, a government-owned renewable energy investment body that will be headquartered in Aberdeen. It will make us less susceptible to the volatility of energy imports. And that leads me on to the issue of nuclear. We can see in France the energy security and cheaper bills that nuclear has provided there. Meanwhile, here in Scotland, the Scottish Government's continued opposition to new nuclear power and small modular reactions is costing Scotland jobs, it's costing Scotland investment, and I don't believe that's in Scotland's national interest. And given the current situation, I think we do need to look at, differently at our policy positions. But Scottish Labour have said we would lift the ban on new nuclear, which is holding Scotland back. Presiding Officer, as I stated at the outset, these are uncertain times. Amidst the insecurity around the globe, we must not retreat from the world, but cooperate with other countries on our common goals, and also strengthen our industries and security for the benefit of our citizens, businesses and industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. I now call on Patrick Harvey to open on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I often argue that hope is hard work these days, and as we look at the international situation, there are simply so many aspects that need unpacking that it's hard to know where to begin. Whether it is the economic chaos that's coming from Donald Trump's on-again, off-again, will-he, won't-he tariff chaos, whether it's the security implications of his realignment of US posture against democratic countries and with Putin's regime. And I do say that there is a need for Europe, and in particular the UK, to recognise that in that context the US can no longer be seen as a reliable ally. Whether we look at the Russian occupation and war in Ukraine more than 3 years on from the full-scale invasion, or Israel's genocide in Gaza, over 50,000 dead, mostly civilians, at least half women and children, and endless examples of Israeli government and IDF openly committing war crimes and celebrating it, or indeed the wider violence in the wider world. And of course the climate and nature emergency. Despite knowing for decades the profound danger that we've been causing, the world has continued to expand fossil fuel use, polluting at ever higher levels and devastating the natural world for profit. And we're now witnessing a reboot of denial and conspiracy theories to prevent the rational action that we know is needed. The scale of the refugee crisis also continues to grow. At the end of 2023, over 117 million people around the world were forcibly displaced due to persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violations and more. By early 2024, that number had grown to over 120 million. And that's before we consider those forced to move by economics or by changes in climate and food production, changes which global refugee conventions are simply unprepared to cope with. And just as many countries enact ever more brutal and inhuman policies to control and exclude refugees, many are also becoming ever more authoritarian against their own citizens, with the so-called culture war agenda generating a wave of hatred and hostility against the most marginalised. But are these really disparate crises, each with a specific source of chaos in a turbulent world? Or are they aspects of a wider, more general crisis, one of humanity's making and which threatens our whole world? It can seem like a daunting question even to consider. In my view, the writing recently of Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor has come close to an answer. Their description is of the rise of what they describe as end times fascism. Now, there will, of course, be some who scoff and splutter whenever the word fascism is used, despite the evidence. But those who refuse, even for those who refuse to see what's in front of them, as they see a US administration using every possible means to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after losing an election, or once returned to power, overseeing an ideological purge and a literal purge of people legally protected from deportation. For those who refuse to see fascism for what it is, even when it's in front of them, I can't help. But the point that Klein and Taylor are saying is beyond this. They are contrasting the fascism of the past, which offered the selfish hope of a purified future for the chosen, They're contrasting this with the end-times fascism of today, led by those who appear to be prepping for the catastrophe they themselves have caused. Whether it's controlling and expelling unwanted people, seeking to exploit the resources of other countries through threat, occupation or abuse of economic power, whether it's the super-rich trying to buy their ticket out of collapse in gated communities, corporate city-states, or Elon Musk's absurd fantasy of a future on Mars once they've destroyed the life-sustaining conditions on this world, or indeed whether it's the fossil fuel industry doubling down on its own self-interest despite knowing the consequences. It all gives the appearance of the alignment of powerful political and economic interests who've recognised that we are already living in an age of consequences, of crises brought about by their own actions. But they are too invested in the economic model that's created these crises, too invested in that economic model to consider taking the rational action necessary to address it. They're not just, as Klein and Taylor have argued, they're not just taking advantage of catastrophes, of shock doctrine and disaster capitalism style policies of the past. They are simultaneously provoking and planning for these crises. And now, in what should be astonishing and sickening to any civilised person, those who have built the modern far-right movement around the world are now openly launching an ideological attack on the very concept of empathy. In truth, this is entirely in keeping with their values, and their ability to frame empathy as a weakness will be essential to them if they are going to continue their sociopathic project. Because although the level of brutality against the powerless is already sickening, if they're successful at dehumanising humanity itself, then we know that far worse is to come. So where can we find hope from when hope is hard work? Well, I'll come back to this in my closing speech, but I think that Naomi Klein and Taylor have indeed set out the possible alternative, the sources of hope in the future, a counter to the apocalyptic narrative of the far-right and of vested interests, with a story about how to survive the hard times ahead without leaving anyone behind. Not of escaping a collapsing world, but staying put and staying faithful to the troubled earthly reality in which they say we are enmeshed and bound.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. And I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton to open on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, unlike Stephen Kerr, I welcome today's debate. I think it's right that this Chamber from time to time reflect on the international context in which we find ourselves. We are not governing in a void. We are not passing policy in a vacuum. So I welcome the First Minister's remarks earlier on. And in particular, he started with a reflection on the late Pontiff. And I think that was right. There is much that we could fill debates like this with in the work of Pope Francis, whether that's around the plight of migrants or the brutality and ethnic cleansing we see in our world, whether that's in Gaza, in parts of China, in Sudan. But I'm going to use my time, if I may, to start with reflections of a recent experience shared with Paul Sweeney over the Easter break. And that starts with the reflections of another holy man, this time a Greek Orthodox priest that Paul and I met in an army base in western Ukraine. His name was Father Taras, and he is a padre, an army chaplain on the Eastern Front, a veteran of some 10 years in the armed forces of Ukraine. He never carries a gun, and in his eyes, in his face, you can see a tension between his godly worldview and his love of Christ, and the violence that he sees every day, and the violence he has to condone every day. I asked him, as we were approaching Holy Week, if he expected wide attendance at his Easter Mass, and he said, no, I don't get a lot of people coming to my services. The men really just want me to hear their confession because they think they're going to die. Paul and I were there with Mighty Convoy. We'd driven 35 hours non-stop overland to deliver 5 NHS ambulances for immediate use in the front lines by the armed forces of Ukraine. Arriving in Ukraine, you immediately get a sense of the country it is and the country it is striving to be, a country that desperately wants to make its freedom mean something, to grasp onto some sense of normality. We saw that in a stand of 3 billboards, which are very close to the Ukrainian border. The first is advertising the armed forces of Ukraine drone unit training programme. The next advertises about watchfulness against Russian disinformation. And the third brightly invites you to eat at the local burrito shack. This is a country where there's no rationing, where there's no scarcity, and they just want to live a normal life. The other thing that strikes you as you cross from Poland into Western Ukraine is the abundance of beautiful Orthodox churches. They are everywhere, and their beautiful domes of gold punctuate the amazing Ukrainian landscape. But as you sort of admire the splendour of these houses of God, you're struck by the freshly dug graves all around them. All around them. New graves are everywhere. And they're almost always marked by a Ukrainian flag, of course, but a flag of red and black, which we understand means the blood of the Ukrainian defenders seeping into the soil of Ukraine. But while there are new graves around every churchyard, there is nothing to something called the Field of Mars. Before 2022, the Field of Mars was like Princess Street Gardens. It was a picturesque city park in the centre of downtown Lviv. It is now a massive cemetery for the fallen, glorious defenders of Ukraine. I think we were both incredibly struck by that. But still, it is a country and a city clinging to normality. And they make a really good job of it until you're given your air raid briefing and you realise this isn't a normal city, until you attend your first 9 a.m. silence and you realise this isn't a normal country. At 9 a.m. every morning, across the country, a minute silence is observed for those who've died and are dying still on the Eastern Front. Paul and I observed our 9 a.m. silence in something called the National Rehabilitation Centre, where we met the heroes of Ukraine, each of them veterans of the Eastern Front, each of them losing limbs and eyes and a lot of their kind of mental capacity, but still with a defiance they met us. They are constantly expanding this beautiful facility, and we advised that in 2 months' time they will open a centre for survivors of captivity and torture. Such is the demand for that kind of support by the returning soldiers coming on prisoner exchanges from Russia. We were very grateful to be received by the mayor of Lviv, Andrei Sadovyev, who told us about what wartime city life is like. And it's just like any other city, only with added complications. They still have to manage the bins. They still have to fill the potholes. But for all the 32 local authorities of Scotland have struggled with making the books balance for this year's spend, imagine having to hypothecate 20% of your local authority budget for weaponry to the Eastern Front every single year. That's such it is in Lviv. We also visited a drone factory, and this is where I can see there is some hope in the fact that whilst, of course, Ukrainians are worried about the withdrawal of American support, they are desperately ramping up their own military capability. The drone factory that Paul and I saw was making 10,000 drones a month. The armed forces will take delivery of 4 million kamikaze drones this year alone. We finished our trip. I will certainly take an intervention from my friend Paul Sweeney.
Paul Sweeney. I thank my friend for giving way. He's making a very eloquent speech about a recent expedition. And I think one of the valuable things that we both took away from that visit was the richness of the interactions we had with different stakeholders in Ukraine, perhaps examples including the visit to the drone factory, the opportunities for collaboration and engineering, but also, for example, visiting the hospital, where we were able to learn about the Burn Care Alliance, for example, a project that had been led by the young clinicians we met, and whether there are opportunities to develop these techniques with NHS and university
Sweeney,
practitioners.
that's quite a lengthy intervention. Alex Hamilton.
I absolutely agree. I think Paul Sweeney is absolutely right about the importance of those relationships with stakeholders. I'll finish with this. The base where we delivered the ambulances from Mighty Convoy, and I have to thank Simon Brake for his work with that. We had a ceremonial presentation to the brigade commanders at that base. 2 days after we left, a Russian spy was uncovered at that base with orders to assassinate the very commanders that we presented the ambulance to. Presiding officer, this took place 3 tanks of diesel and 1 set of road tolls from where we are right now. This is on our doorstep, this conflict that will define our century, and we have to give all of our thanks, all of our support, all of our energy towards the fighting men and women of Ukraine who right now are the first and last line of defence against Russian tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We will now move to the open debate. I would advise members that, in fact, the allocated speaking time has been put forward by party business managers and agreed to. So SNP backbenchers will have up to 4 minutes, the Conservative backbencher will have up to 6 minutes, and the Labour backbencher will have up to 8 minutes. And that saves me having to explain that vis-à-vis every single speaker. With that, I call George Adam to be followed by Douglas Ross. Mr Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And where to start and how to summarise the international situation in 4 minutes. But a good starting point is probably, like our First Minister, to take a moment to reflect on the sad news of the passing of Pope Francis. I'm not a religious man myself, Presiding Officer, but I know full well the strength and comfort that many of my constituents in Paisley and right across Scotland draw from their faith. Throughout my time as Paisley's MSP, our local Catholic community, I've been able to work very closely with them. And I know just how much Pope Francis meant to them, to the Diocese of Paisley and to the wider community. So today, Presiding Officer, my thoughts are very much with them as we all mark the loss of a humble and compassionate man. A man whose values of peace, dignity and kindness spoke far beyond any single faith or border, and there is much that we can learn from him and much that is very relevant to today's debate. Currently we're sitting in a... Yes, I will
Jackson
do.
Carnap.
My good friend Bishop John Keenan will be leading a Mass for Pope Francis this evening in Paisley Abbey on behalf of the diocese. Now, I wonder if Mr Adam hopes to be able to be present.
George Adam.
Unfortunately, I've got some other business today, but I would have quite happily been there today for that as well. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about here, Presiding Officer, is the rise of the far right at home and abroad. And it's very relevant to the people we represent, and they are worried about what's happening there, because good, honest, hard-working people are being manipulated by those in the right, by playing on their fears, by scaring them to the extent that they start to believe the lies and the disinformation that is coming from those in the far right. And whether it's in the streets of Scotland or the corridors of power in Washington and Moscow, this ideology offers nothing but hate, division and disaster. We've seen the damage that these fears can do. Donald Trump, back at the centre of global politics, stoking tension and slapping reckless tariffs on Scottish industries, from whisky to salmon, and putting thousands of jobs at risk at the same time. His ignorance of world affairs and his contempt for international cooperation is not just bad for Scotland, it's not just bad for business, it's a global threat. Now more than ever, Scotland must unite around our shared values that bind us as a nation, not the ones that tear us apart. That brings me to the tragedy in Palestine, Presiding Officer. The suffering in Gaza over the past year has been utterly heartbreaking. More than 13,000 children and 8,000 women have been killed, innocent lives lost in a conflict that has shattered families and devastated people. It is my belief that standing for Palestine is about standing for human dignity and peace. Hamas cannot be defended for their actions, but the suffering of the Palestinian people cannot be ignored. The SNP have been clear from day one that we're calling on an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages and the recognition of a Palestine as a state. This isn't about politics, it's about ending the slaughter and giving people the right to live in safety and in freedom. This is also Ukraine's fight for democracy we're talking about, Presiding Officer. Russia's brutal and illegal war in Ukraine is the greatest attack on peace in Europe since the Second World War. Scotland stands proudly with the Ukraine and its people and its democracy and its right to freedom. But we've already experienced how President Zelensky was made to look in the White House by Donald Trump and JD Vance, where they actually went to the stage of even having a go at what he was wearing. And JD Vance is currently touring the world, talking about and denying climate change as we speak, just to make a buck. That is where they are at the moment. Presiding Officer, all of this, the rise of the far right, the suffering in Gaza and the brutal war in Ukraine shows us one thing: Scotland cannot afford to leave its future in the hands of others. We didn't vote for Brexit, but we're paying the price. We watch on as Donald Trump talks about turning his back on NATO and walking away from Europe. This is not the future I want for the people of Scotland. An independent Scotland, back in the European Union, standing shoulder to shoulder with our neighbours, will give us strength, the security and the partnership we need to face whatever comes next. Presiding Officer, in the coming months, we must not look at the world as it is at the moment and accept it. We must fight for the world as we want it to be, as the way the world should be. That's what built this Scottish Parliament. That's, Presiding Officer, what will create the better tomorrow that every single one of us wants in this chamber.
Thank you, Mr Adam. I now call Douglas Ross to be followed by Emma Roddick. Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I want to say from the outset that I have a strong interest and passion in international affairs. I think it is right that they are debated by parliamentarians. But this is an issue that is reserved to the UK Parliament. It is an issue that all of our parties represented here have members of the UK Parliament who can ask these questions, who can raise these debates and have a discussion about it. And there has been some speeches today which I think have been very compelling. I think what Alex Cole-Hamilton and Paul Sweeney spoke about on their visit was important. But we can discuss and debate those in members' business time at the end of the day. Right now, we are in government debating time. This is a topic brought forward by the Government of Scotland. And we have also been on recess for a fortnight. We have not been here for over 2 weeks. And what are we voting on tonight? Nothing. We don't even have a motion. We will not have a single division of this Parliament on the first day back after recess, because this is the topic the SNP government have chosen to debate in their scheduled time. So what could we have discussed today? Well, I'm just looking at the submission of statement requests from just the Scottish Conservatives, and I'm sure there were plenty of others from the other parties. We wanted a statement or a debate on the situation with RAC. Where are we with that in our public buildings? We wanted a statement on agriculture policy, because it is a continuing issue that is affecting our farmers and crofters. We wanted a statement on the massive increase in ADHD referrals here in Scotland. We wanted a debate on the care home sector and the challenges it is facing.
Point of order, Patrick Harvey.
Grateful, Presiding Officer. The member appears to be debating a business motion which was debated and voted on before the April recess, rather than debating the international situation. I know Mr Ross doesn't always follow the standing orders of the Parliament, but I wonder if you could advise on this point.
I can advise on the point that if he remains relevant to the motion that we're discussing, I'm happy to let him continue. That's not the point of order. Douglas Ross, to continue.
Can you confirm I'll get my time back? Because
we'll get your time back.
I'm grateful, because I'm just going through some of the points that one party in this chamber would like to have been debating on our first day back after recess. I was speaking when Mr Harvey made his spurious point of order about the care home sector, something that affects every one of our constituencies and regions, but we're not having an opportunity to debate it. There were some local issues. I know Stephen Kerr wanted to discuss the flood prevention schemes in Falkirk, I think it was, and the decision by the Scottish Government not to call that in. I asked for a statement, Presiding Officer, about the £67 million loan that has gone to NHS Grampian. There are legitimate questions to the Health Secretary, who's sitting on the front bench on his phone, to the Government in general, about that situation, but no, that was all refused. So there are issues that we could have been debating today. We could have spent longer, I just want to make a bit of progress if I can. We could have spent longer today debating the Supreme Court ruling, something that does have an international context because it has been reported on around the globe. The Scottish Government went to court over the definition of a woman and lost, and we got 30 minutes as parliamentarians to debate it. Maybe if we had a full debate this afternoon on that ruling, maybe Nicola Sturgeon would have turned up. All we've had from her as the former First Minister who took that legislation through this Parliament is a selfie from the gym, but not a single comment on what she believes that judgment means about the legislation she tried to pass and the government she led and the government she is still part of. Another point I was hoping to discuss in this Parliament was about the massive pay increase that has been awarded to Scottish Government ministers. Now, I will give way to Jim Fairley.
Jim Fairley.
I think the member needs to correct the record. There has been no increase in the wage for ministers. Ministers are merely being aligned with every other MSP sitting in this chamber.
I'm not going to correct the record. Ministers are getting an extra £20,000 a year. In any other world, that is an increase. So let's put this point, because I wasn't allowed a statement. The Scottish Government have so far not made time for this. Now, when we started this debate, there were about a dozen government ministers. We're now down to 3 and the First Minister. But I'm happy to use my remaining time, Mr Gray, Mr Robertson, Mr Fairley, to say, as a result of the decision taken by John Swinney, Scottish Government ministers and Cabinet Secretaries will get an extra £20,000 per annum. So can any Minister or Cabinet Secretary say that they have earned that increase and deserve it?
Mr Ross, if I could encourage you to stick to the theme. Yep. There's not a motion, but there is a theme for the debate. That would be helpful. Yep.
But my point is very clear. My point is very... No, I won't. My point is very clear. These are issues that Parliament could have been discussing today. So I'll say it again because there was a slight interruption there. Can any of the ministers on the front bench say that they deserve and have earned their £20,000 increase? I'm quite happy to continue to wait. I've got about another minute because of the intervention. So I'm just going to stand here and wait. If any of these highly paid Scottish Government ministers can defend their £20,000 increase to the public, tell us now.
Mr Ross, if you could return to the topic of the debate this afternoon in your remaining 30 or so seconds. Okay.
And I'm making the plea again. Come on. If Mr Swinney believes that they deserve that funding, that increase of £20,000, tell us about it. I'll give way to the First Minister. I'll give way to the Cabinet Secretary. I'll give way to Angus Robertson or Jim Fairley.
If you can conclude,
Scottish
Mr
Government
Ross.
Minister defend it. And maybe that's why we're debating this international debate today. Maybe this is why the topic chosen by the SNP government is one that they are not in charge of, because they cannot answer simple questions about the area of their responsibility. And I think the people of Scotland can see that, because they can see this is a government who take them for granted, who provide massive pay rises for their ministers and can't even hold themselves to account.
Thank you. I now call Emma Roddick to be followed by Paul O'Kane. Up to 4 minutes. Ms Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To start with, I hope the Scottish public can see that the Tories would rather stand in silence than stand with us against the rise of the far right, which, by the way, affects absolutely every person in society. And there is no other way to describe it than dangerous. This is a lesson that we keep sitting through as a species, but I don't know how many times we're going to have to learn it. Anyone who believes they are not at risk if the far right takes power should take a step back, look at history and rethink, because they are. Everything from the price of bread to the risk of early death is thrown into uncertainty under far right governments. Now, it's reasonable to listen to a charismatic person talking about how unfair society is, because it is, and how we need change, because we do need change, and how resources are not shared equally amongst citizens, which is again true, and think, oh, that's a good point. The danger is then accepting it when they conclude those reasonable statements by taking the time to blame a minority group, or suggest that removing fundamental human rights from those groups is the right thing to do, or that doing so is the only way forward. It is never the only way, and it shouldn't even be on the table. There have been some really interesting statements on globalisation and trade this afternoon, and I'll be thinking about some of them for a wee while. And I again found myself sitting at the back here thinking, if we were an independent country, we could really get into the detail here on trade decisions and how they impact a lot of the different priorities that we have actual consensus on in here. My concerns with globalisation do include things like protecting high-quality Scottish lamb, whisky and the sustainability of our consumer practices. But in terms of the debate today, the globalisation of information, misinformation and disinformation is at the front of my mind. Many of us have first-hand experience of very believable disinformation on Gaza, Ukraine, or even the legitimacy of the rights of women becoming unavoidable on the phones that we carry everywhere. In the last decade, we've seen Facebook criticised by the UN not just for not stopping people from making use of its platforms to incite violence, but for actually designing algorithms which, in their prioritisation of promoting engagement, actively contributed to inciting genocide in Myanmar, because that's what got the comments and the shares that its creators said that they wanted. Now, today, AI models involved in social media analytics and promoting news content have even more autonomy and even less oversight than the algorithms which favoured videos promoting genocide. These models don't just learn that people engage when they're angry and show them what makes them angry. they can actually create that anger. When AI models are being created and invested in by those who don't just want to be at the forefront of technological advancement, but are working to advance their own interests, we have to be extremely aware of our collective vulnerability to manipulation. Opinion, fact, and voting habits are up for sale. It can seem very difficult to be a force for good in this world, but when it comes to the far right, it really is easy. We have to draw a line somewhere, and it should always be drawn in advance of the point where you start seeing some humans as less than others. Countless people and algorithms are out there trying to convince each and every one of us to turn on others, often for the sake of somebody else's investments. And we have to know ourselves what is not okay, what is over the line. Because very clever models are out there learning how to make you cross it without even noticing. Human rights are fundamental, and when I first started watching this Parliament, nobody would have disagreed with that. But the lines are now blurred, and so much of that area is grey. And we need to hold on to what we know to be true. Human rights are fundamental, and they are under threat across the world, and the UK is not exempt from that. Draw your line, because we have to refuse to cross it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paul O'Kane to be followed by Kevin Stewart. Up to 8 minutes. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And as we come together this afternoon to discuss the international situation, it is clear that we do live in very uncertain times. And many of the speeches already today have highlighted the backdrop of conflict, of violence that we see in the world, violence particularly against women and girls, harmful rhetoric that we see in online spaces, and, of course, the global economic consensus that we have known for so long essentially being turned upside down. So it is in that context that we debate today, and it's uncertainty, I think, that is the key theme. And in times of uncertainty, people will cleave to constancy in an ever-changing and uncertain world. And we gather today on the first day as we return from our Easter recess and after that great Christian festival of Easter, which speaks about hope and about faith and endurance. And I think a lot of people around the world find constancy in their faith. And that's rooted in their hope for a better world, because we've also, in the recent period, marked Eid, Passover, the Sake and other festivals as the seasons change and winter gives way to spring and darkness gives way to light. And the reason I mention this at the outset of my contribution is because we do live in a world where, all too often, our respect and understanding of one another's beliefs, our respect and understanding for one another's faith, has been forgotten in some ways. And we've forgotten how to coexist, how to live together peaceably, and also, I think, how to disagree better as well. But I think it's important that that's where we start, that sense of hope that is felt by so many people in the world. I'm going to offer a few reflections, if I may, Presiding Officer, on some of the corners of the world that I think are so acutely in our minds at the moment, and perhaps some areas where we don't often focus as much as we should. Back in March, I had the opportunity to travel to Bosnia-Herzegovina with a delegation of people from this Parliament, people from public life in Scotland and academia and the media, along with the excellent Beyond Srebrenica organisation, who will be known to so many colleagues across the chamber. And Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Balkans are a part of our world that have truly experienced the darkest moments of humanity through a long conflict in the 90s, the ramifications of which last until today, and who experienced genocide at Srebrenica and in other places around Bosnia-Herzegovina, and still live today with the impact of those events. The opportunity to visit those sites, to meet with people who experienced that war and that genocide, to gain a better understanding of their experience and of the issues that still persist in that country today, was hugely moving, but it was also hugely informative for me and for those who joined the delegation. And of course, today in that part of the world and in Bosnia-Herzegovina, there are far too many people who engage in denial of what happened at Srebrenica. There are actors within that very complex country and a very complex agreement that was made after the war who seek to diminish and to reduce the stories of that genocide to nothing more than what they would call rumour. We have seen attempted coups in parts of Bosnia-Herzegovina, particularly in the Republika Srpska, and there are people still walking the streets of communities today, side by side with those who they would have carried out horrendous acts against. So the plea from everyone I met in Bosnia and Herzegovina was not to forget about the Balkans and not to forget about Bosnia-Herzegovina and the real challenges that persist and exist. I had the opportunity to speak, as I say, with many people who are very afraid of the current context that we see in the international situation. They are deeply concerned about the actions of Russia and of Vladimir Putin. They live very close, of course, we know, to countries which border Russia and indeed to the conflict in Ukraine. One man I met in particular spoke about how he feels more afraid now than at points he did as a child growing up in the 90s. And he's worried about what the future means for his children. And he actually told me that he went out when the war in Ukraine started and he bought a gun. And when I said to him, why did you do that? And he said, well, I don't know how to use a gun and I'm not sure I ever will. I just need to know that I've done something in order to try and protect my children. And I think that really brought home to those of us who were speaking with him how people feel in that region of the world. And they need the support of the international community to stand with them and not to forget about them in order to offer that degree of protection and support and to ensure that we do not see aggression in the future that we have seen in the regions in and around Ukraine and bordering Russia that we have seen in recent years. So I wanted to put this on the record as well because the experience I had in Srebrenica won't leave me. Those rows and rows of white stones that mark where so many Muslim men and boys were massacred. There is a stillness there, there is a sadness there, but there is a reality of what human beings can do to one another when they do not heed the calls of history, but they also do not heed the need for us to understand one another better. And it's why I am pleased that the Scottish Government on Holocaust Memorial Day made that commitment to funding, ongoing funding for wider genocide education. And indeed, of course, we would recognise the importance of Holocaust education within that and the work that's done across Scotland to tackle anti-Semitism and rising anti-Semitism. Yes, I'll take Daniel Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
Very grateful to my friend for giving way. And he talks about education. And actually, one of the things I remember about the Bosnian conflict was that it was seen as war returning to Europe. But we seem to sort of almost treat it as an aberration. With the war in Ukraine, does he agree with me that we need to take the matter and the prospect of war within Europe much more seriously? And that's the real lesson from the Balkans conflict of the 1990s.
Okay.
I think Daniel Johnson is absolutely right. And I think that's what we heard time and again from those we met in places like Sarajevo and in Srebrenica was how quickly, perhaps, we forget. And we saw a stability and a peace in Europe for a period of time, which we thought was the consensus, but the reality has been shattered once again. And it is important that we all take seriously the issues in Ukraine. Today, of course, we have also reflected on the passing of Pope Francis, and I would want to add my voice to the tributes that have been paid across this Parliament, because he was, of course, another constant, I think, in an uncertain world. And when we discuss the global context and the global situation was never far from the mind, the words and the actions of Pope Francis, because he was a pope who prioritised leadership, I think, on the world stage and ensuring that people could reflect in him their aspirations for a better world. He was a pope for the poor and the dispossessed. He opened doors in the church and in the world to mercy, compassion and hope. He was a pope for our environment. Laudato Si was a transformative document calling on us all to be stewards of the world and the environment we live in. And of course, he spoke out passionately and with compassion on the situation in Palestine and Israel. Indeed, most recently on Easter Sunday, calling for that ceasefire, that release of hostages, aid to get through to starving people and an end to the killing and the violence. And we have also heard how he spoke to the parish priest in Bethlehem each and every day of the conflict, right up until he died. So, Presiding Officer, in drawing to a close, I think we should all rededicate ourselves to his example. We must not forget the corners of the world where there are conflicts, and we should unite as a Parliament to do that. I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. I now call Kevin Stewart to be followed by Michelle Thompson, up to 4 minutes. Mr Stewart.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Rarely has the international situation been so bleak on so many different fronts. From Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and Israel's genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza to America's trade war with the entire world. And we're seeing the rise of the far right globally, with their lies and with their disinformation, which have become accepted by many in our world. These are truly dark days. Now, there is no immediate end in sight for the conflict in Ukraine, with Ukrainians being given just enough support to hold ground, but not enough support to actually win. And to make things worse, President Trump insists on plundering any riches of Ukraine that Russia has yet to steal as the price of his half-hearted support. And while Russia did announce an Easter ceasefire, it didn't stop Russia raining down missiles on Ukraine. And now that this false hope has gone, Russia's aggression has intensified. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, there wasn't even the pretence of a ceasefire this Easter. The situation in Gaza remains dire, with the conflict remaining intense and civilian casualties continuing to grow. I hesitate to use the word casualties, as it's clear that in many cases civilians have been deliberately targeted, and the word victims is more apt. However, while bombs and bullets have killed many in Gaza, with most victims being women and children, it is starvation and disease that are bringing apocalyptic levels of suffering to the children of Gaza. And let me take this opportunity to join the late Pope and to praise the late Pope for his constant calls for a ceasefire in Gaza and the Holy Land. The world today is not only ravaged by hot wars, it is now also blighted by an economic war on the scale of which the world has never seen. And let us be clear, Trump's tariff policy is the type of economic madness that only a toddler could produce, and so it's no surprise that President Trump announced it with a felt tip and a marker board on the White House lawn. He claims it's about fair trade and protecting jobs, but he slapped the UK, which doesn't have a trade deficit with the US, with the same 10% tariff as he slapped on penguins living near the South Pole. So much for the special relationship. Perhaps worst of all, his back-of-a-fag packet calculations have placed the highest tariffs on the world's poorest countries. For example, he slapped a 47% tariff on Madagascar, whose only real export to the United States is vanilla. This export allows Americans to enjoy a single venti vanilla latte for a price that would feed a family of vanilla farmers for a week. But of course, in Trump's world, it is the dirt-poor vanilla farmers who are exploiting the American mega-corporations and not the other way around. Of course, we here at home are not immune to the international situation, and we too will suffer Trump's tariffs. But we must all come together to fight the far right and the rise of the far right here and across the globe. And I welcome the First Minister's efforts to prevent the far right ideology that is so prevalent abroad from getting a foothold here in Scotland.
Thank you. I now call Michelle Thompson to be followed by Audrey Nicholl, up to 4 minutes. Ms Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And for the record, I state clearly and openly that I am dismayed by the rise of the far right across the world. And history has shown us when the far right is strong, it can lead to wars, poverty for many, the removal of rights and weakening of the judiciary. So it does seem ironic that in Scotland today, women have had to battle to reassert their rights. Science has been consistently denied. And just at the weekend, we had dangerous commentary about the judiciary, which we should all condemn wholeheartedly. And I say this because we cannot afford to be complacent, and we need wise heads to prevail. So today, in my few short remarks, I want to focus on Trump's tariffs and their implications. Firstly, it's useful to understand how arbitrary they are. They're based on dividing the US trade deficit in goods with each country by the value of that country's imports, then dividing by 2. However, if it had been imposed consistently, countries such as Australia, with which the US runs a trade surplus, would be due money back. So instead, the calculation was abandoned for countries with little or no trade deficits and 10% imposed. It's a myth that the UK got a better deal because of Starmer cozying up to Trump. The consequences have most obviously seen a destabilising of international markets. And at close of play yesterday, the Dow Jones Industrial Index was trading approximately 6,000 points lower than at the end of January, whilst the relative safety of precious metals such as gold were up again in price. So for many, the biggest concern is the less well-reported impact on the bonds market. The US has introduced a rise in the cost of debt, with which Liz Truss would be proud. The cost of debt for the US has risen, but also for the UK, who are paying over 4.5%, a clear measure of a lack of fiscal resilience in the eyes of investors. And this will ultimately lead to a decrease in public sector spend and Barnett consequentials or tax rises. So this debate is highly relevant for this Parliament. A fear of rising inflation in the US and the possibility of a global recession is just part of the price being paid for Trump's incompetence. And it's not just the large advanced economies that are being hit. It affects poor countries as well. Take Malawi, for example. It's been hit by a 17% baseline tariff by the US. US stocks ended sharply lower overnight after Trump intensified his criticism of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, raising concerns about the central bank's independence and unsettling investor confidence. This has further weakened the US dollar, with further overnight declines against most major currencies. What then of trade negotiations? Some countries, including the UK, seem to be signalling going down the path of appeasing Trump. Fears are being expressed that this might include compromising on domestic standards, particularly for our Scottish food products, where provenance and quality are our calling card. However, my fear is that a path of appeasement will only embolden Trump. There is no sign I can see that he's open to calm reasoning. And I end by making the obvious point that we need to revisit and revise Scotland's export strategy in the light of world events and also our economic and financial policies. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Audrey Nicholl to be followed by Karen Adam, up to 4 minutes. Ms Nicholl.
Officers, so I'm very pleased we're having this debate on the international situation. I've never really understood why we haven't spent a bit more time debating issues impacting Scotland in the international space and that have the potential to threaten our democracy, our security and our future. And that said, I do commend the scrutiny undertaken by the SEAC Committee on a range of issues such as Brexit, the implications of the Internal Market Act and the review of the TCA. However, across the world, democratic systems are under pressure, with fundamental principles being challenged in and, in some cases, actively undermined. So where does Scotland see itself in all this? How do we remain safe and prosperous? So I propose we give it less passing attention and recognise how our domestic policy can and should intersect more closely with international policy across a range of areas, including defence and the security of our energy infrastructure. Scotland is a peaceful and prosperous country, but we are not immune from the impact of global events and conflict raised by colleagues this afternoon, such as that playing out in Gaza, Ukraine or Sudan, or the implications of globalisation withering on the vine courtesy of US tariffs. Now, some may welcome this, of course. So firstly, on energy infrastructure security. The UK Strategic Defence Review is considering the reforms needed to meet the challenges of the 21st century and is expected to advise on an expansion of our military footprint in the Arctic and High North as the region becomes increasingly contested owing to melting sea opening up access. And on a recent parliamentary visit to the Faroe Islands, we discussed High North security, but in the context of undersea infrastructure, in the main gas pipelines and data cables. And just last week, we saw 2 incidents where RAF Typhoons were scrambled to intercept Russian intelligence aircraft in NATO airspace. Indeed, 50 Russian aircraft were intercepted by RAF jets scrambled from RAF Lossiemouth in 2023. Now, this is not an unusual scenario, but it does demonstrate the fragility of Scotland's undersea infrastructure, and this is an issue that cuts across both domestic and international policy, but has significant implications for our energy industry and communications capability. So I, for one, will be very interested to see what comes forward in the Defence Review. And that leads me on to the Ukraine. In recent months, the situation in Ukraine has been peppered with increasing uncertainty, largely courtesy of the United States pulling back from its previous commitment to support Ukraine, in particular the withdrawal of aid and intelligence support. And in response, the UK Government has committed to a coalition of the willing, bringing together European countries, NATO and others to drive progress towards lasting peace. The UK and Europe have committed to a rearmament. So what can Scotland do to support this endeavour? Now, I and others contend that while defence is reserved, Scotland cannot stand still as the world changes around us. We have an opportunity to support our defence industry across skills development, recruitment, research and development, all competencies that lie here in Scotland, not London. And in 2022, Scotland's defence sector added £3.2 billion to the Scottish economy, employing over 33 Scots, including 1,500 apprentices. But the value of the industry is not just economic. It is also, I'm just finishing, it is also crucial to the wider defence picture in the UK, Europe and Ukraine. And I look forward to seeing our new Scottish defence industry strategy soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Nicholl. We now come to the final speaker in the open debate, Karen Adam. Again, up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, Slavoj Žižek, the Slovenian philosopher and cultural critic, once said, "The task today is to link struggles which appear separate and local to show how they are a part of the same global process." He said this in the context of rising global inequality and political unrest, arguing that if we fail to see the connection between what's happening across the world and what's happening in our own communities, then we risk misunderstanding both. Now, that quote is very powerful, because when we talk about the international situation, we often speak in far-off terms: wars in other lands, authoritarian regimes and political instability. But we must also recognise that these crises don't only happen somewhere else. They reach us. They echo throughout our own society, and they are repeated and replicated right here at home in our communities and on our doorsteps. And I'm deeply concerned about what I'm beginning to see try to take root in my constituency of Banffshire and Buchan Coast. I've witnessed a growing wave of intentionally planted hostility online, but it's also bleeding into conversations offline too, and it's working its way into my surgeries. This hostility is being directed at people who are already marginalised, and I've noticed that the noise is getting louder, more confident and more organised. It's strategic and it's deliberate. Presiding Officer, when people are hurting, when services are stripped away, fear rushes in and opportunists pour their poison. It starts with fear, it starts with rumour and it starts with blame. In my constituency, the Council are proposing to close day centres for people with learning disabilities and is discussing shutting down sheltered housing. The individuals affected by this and their families are terrified about what may happen to them. People are left confused, anxious and afraid. Rumours have started from unscrupulous people stating they are taking the housing, they being asylum seekers. The blame isn't laid on those cutting the services, it lands on the most marginalised, pitting one vulnerable group against another. It's a vile tactic. It starts with fear, it starts with rumour, it starts with blame. We've seen where this leads. In the 1930s, Jewish people were portrayed as greedy, getting more than their fair share. It was a manipulation of public perception. Lies repeated long enough until people believed them, and we know where that ended. It didn't begin with violence, it began with division, with mistrust and with disinformation. We must be alert when seeing these posts and hearing these rumours. Who is pitting one vulnerable group against another? For what purpose? It's a disgrace, it's disgusting, and it must be called out for what it is. I support the Scottish Government's clear stance against the international rise of the far right. We are right to stand up for peace, for democracy and for international law, to invest in humanitarian aid and to speak out for those without a voice in Gaza and Ukraine, wherever this rise of hate is. Because history will judge us, not just on how we responded to global crises, but on whether we defended democracy in our own communities, whether we stood up for human rights here in Scotland. Very often, the politics of division tells us to look at the wrong 1%. To believe that someone else's survival is the reason for our suffering, it's a lie, it's cruel, and we must always reject it. Presiding Officer, I want to end with a plea to my constituents. This is where it starts, not in government, but in our communities, in fear, in rumour, and blame. So if you hear some rumour online, please come and talk to me. There's no such thing as a silly question. You will not be judged. I can help you check the facts and get you sources. Let's be vigilant against those who seek to use the most vulnerable suffering for their own ends. Because it starts with fear, it starts with rumour, it starts with blame. But it can end with courage, it can end with truth, and it can end with compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adam. We now come to closing speeches. I call first Patrick Harvey up to 6 minutes. Mr Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I have to say it's a pleasure to follow the closing speaker in the open debate coming from someone who clearly understands the reason why we are having this debate, because far too many members, I'm afraid, have questioned that and clearly simply don't understand the relevance of the issue that's being brought to the Chamber today. The First Minister, I think, in masterful understatement, said that the debate would raise issues with implications for our communities. And I think it's very clear that the implications of the debate that we're having are deep, are widespread and are extremely troubling. I find it very easy to see justification for this debate, and I regret the fact that while this Parliament has never been restricted from debating reserved matters, local councils aren't even restricted from debating UK and global matters. Some members of this Parliament seem to think that we shouldn't be doing so. The opportunity to make contributions to debate on matters like this is a privilege. It's a privilege that everyone who serves in this Parliament has, and it's a privilege which I fear that some Tory MSPs appear to treat with contempt. I do want to mention, I already started by mentioning Karen Adams' speech, drawing attention to the impact of far-right propaganda beginning to take root in her own community. I see the same happening in Glasgow, first online and then beyond that out into the real world. And I have no doubt that it's growing in many other parts of the country. And Emma Roddick as well also took the opportunity that the privilege of taking part in these debates gives us to introduce issues which no one else has raised. Emma Roddick, I think, was the first in the debate to talk about disinformation, misinformation, the growth of conspiracy theories and the role of AI in the creation and dissemination of that kind of material. AI, as we debated in Emma Roddick's recent members' debate, has both positive and negative implications. But the unregulated rush to its development and the unregulated disruptive application of that technology is clearly operating in the interests of the few and seeking to sow division, as well as creating that extraordinary projected energy use which ties the issue back to that of the climate crisis. I think it's very clear from several members' comments that people understand the critical choice which is now facing the UK, a choice which I wish Scotland was able to make for itself, but at the moment the UK is faced with making that choice. Is it going to repair, rebuild and restore its relationship with the European Union, our wider political family of nations? This, I think, is our best path forward. The best path that Scotland could take, but also the best path the UK could take forward. And it is not compatible with the continued delusion that kowtowing to Trump can in some way serve the country well. Fawning to a bully never works, and it will only embolden him. I was pleased that the First Minister drew attention to the continued support that the Scottish Government has for international aid, and it's coming in the context of utterly indefensible, morally indefensible, as well as economically indefensible cuts, both in UK and in other countries' investment in international aid and development. But I do still want to know from the First Minister, during his visit to the US, he said he didn't take the time to meet with climate scientists who are on the receiving end of the hostility and the ideological purge from the Trump regime. Did he meet with migrant rights organisations at all? The kind of people who are standing up for those who are being disappeared on the streets and the campuses of the US and deported, even against legal protection from deportation, deported in some cases to prison without trial in other countries. Did he meet with the libraries, universities or independent media outlets who are also on the receiving end of the ideological purge that is taking place in the US, or with the equality and human rights activists and workers who are doing the same? Any one of those people or interest groups, I think, would have been privileged to have a meeting with a visiting First Minister, knowing the threats that they currently face. And I hope that in future the Scottish Government will place emphasis. If our relationship with the US is important, it is with its people, and in particular with those of its people who are at in the most vulnerable position in the face of the Trump regime. I want to finish, Presiding Officer, with the full version of a quote that I had to curtail in the opening speech, because Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor finished their article, which I referred to, with a moment of hope. They asked, how do we break this apocalyptic fever? First, we help each other face the depth of depravity that has gripped the hard right in all of our countries. To move forward with focus, they say we must understand this simple fact. We are up against an ideology that has not only given up on the premise and the promise of liberal democracy, but on the livability of our shared world, on its beauty, on its people, on our children, on other species. The forces we are up against have made peace with mass death. They are treasonous to this world and its human and non-human inhabitants. But they finish by saying we must counter their apocalyptic narrative with a better story about how to survive the hard times ahead without leaving anyone behind. That's the challenge that really faces us if we want to address all of the interconnected aspects of the international situation that we've debated today, both globally and here at home.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. I now call on Daniel Johnson up to 8 minutes. Mr Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And look, can I just take a moment to join with many reflections about the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. Now, as somebody who often probably puts themselves in the latter category of people of all faiths and none, and if at best probably somebody who would describe themselves as a lapsed Presbyterian, Pope Francis was somebody who genuinely, I think, gave me inspiration and a thought about how to reflect upon the world and think about other people. And I do think that's relevant to today's debate, because I do think we do find ourselves in an absolutely unique, unprecedented global context. And in preparation for this debate, a debate without motion, one which I didn't know quite what direction it would take, I was reflecting on Francis Fukuyama's infamous quote about the end of history and how wrong we were. Because we now have, in our current context, war in Europe, and not just a peripheral war, a war which has seen hundreds of thousands of casualties and deaths. This is genuine interstate warfare, the likes of which we have not seen in 80 years. We're also seeing the resurrection of trade wars and tariffs, which saw a drop of 5% of the Dow Jones Index on the 3rd of April, with a subsequent 6% drop on 4th on just one announcement. This is a return to protectionism, the likes of which we have not seen for generations. But moreover, we have seen a return of the strongman authoritarian approach to statecraft. And I think that's one that's increasingly prevalent, but also closer to home, not in far-off lands, within Europe. And I don't want to name names, but I think we know the regimes within the European Union which show those strong authoritarian trends. But I would reflect on this, and I would have one note of caution for today's debate. We are right to, I think, worry about the rise of the right and the things, but let's not treat this in terms of these things as being a sense of other. Things happening in different places, because they are happening all around us, and we should have seen the signs, because the reality is the number of democracies since 2009 has fallen from 45 to 29. We've seen a doubling of the number of authoritarian regimes around the world. We've seen an erosion of the rule of law, even in Trump's approach. And I think we need to be cautious in terms of how our description of Trump, but we shouldn't have been surprised. We're talking about a president who, in the last time he was in the White House, blocked the appointment of judges to the Appellate Court of the World Trade Organization, which fundamentally blocked that institution. He didn't believe in the global institutions which enable free trade and global movement of goods. But we've also seen, over the last decade or more, increasing levels of democratic interference. We've seen an increasing number of proxy wars, and I think Audrey Nicholl is absolutely right to highlight the overflights of Russian aircraft, the disruption of undersea cables, because this is all around us, and it has been happening for some time. This did not just start happening in 2022. This has been actually happening for well over a decade. And I do have to disagree with my colleagues on the Conservative benches. And while I agree with many of the points they raised about the way the government uses its time, I would also maybe point that sometimes some of these issues the government tiptoes around. But actually, these issues are so profound that we do have to talk about them. I think they raise profound issues around national security, the relationship between national security and economic security, industrial policy and what we must do. And absolutely those touch on devolved areas. But I think, first of all, I would just like to reflect on a point I raised with the First Minister. I think fundamentally we need to reflect on the failure of globalisation. Globalisation, I would argue, has been a force for good. It raised 1 billion people globally out of poverty, but it undoubtedly eroded some of the economic structures within our own society. It increased inequality here. I think it increased and exacerbated poverty, and we failed to address that. And I think fundamentally we need to reflect on that. I think we also need to reflect on cooperation actually requires much deeper interactions than simply membership, and we perhaps took those for granted. But I think on our reflections what this means for us in this country, I think fundamentally the point around the interaction between economic and physical security is profound. We have to look at our industrial base. The UK government was absolutely right to take ownership of the British Steel plant, because we have to produce things like steel. But likewise for here, in Scotland, we need to think about security in terms of our energy generation in Scotland. We have to ask questions about the level of comfort we have about relying on other countries for fundamental parts of our supply chain, and whether or not other state actors could interfere with our energy supply. But likewise, I would gently say to the government, while I am pleased by what both the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have said about our defence sector, I think the Scottish Government has at times been coy about talking about the defence sector. And I think the last few months and years have brought into sharp reflection how important the defence sector is, both for our national security, but also actually for providing skilled jobs. But it is fundamentally important. I would also say to members, and there has been the prospect of independence, unfortunately raised yet again. Now, all I would say gently to them, at a time when the features or the issues around the UK-Iceland-Greenland gap are rearing their heads again, the thought that we can just simply swap one union for another, I think, is flawed as a concept. We are bound together in our relationship across these islands. Whether we like it or not, we have a shared responsibility to defend this patch of land that sits between the Atlantic and the North Sea. What the Russians are doing in the North Sea cannot be ignored, and we have to cooperate across these islands to defend this part of the world that we call our own. And just in concluding, Presiding Officer, we must learn the lessons of history. I referred to global institutions earlier in my speech. It is a fact that many of those global institutions arose from the ashes of the Second World War. Indeed, the Bretton Woods conference happened during the Second World War because they recognised that relationship between the economy, politics and security. We cannot allow another global conflict to be the way that we find our path back to sound global institutions and global prosperity. Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. And I call Jackson Carlo. Around 7 minutes. Mr Carlo.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't think there's actually been a discernible theme this afternoon. There are a lot of very individual contributions. I note the contributions of my very good friends and colleagues, Mr Kerr and Mr Ross. They were so well made, I won't repeat them, but perhaps look to contribute in my own way. Can I start with a commentary from the First Minister about the Drumlanrig Accord? I mean, I think we should be incredibly proud in Scotland of this, because Sheikh Razawi and my very good friend Edward Needham and others, the First Minister and I were at Edinburgh City Chambers last year when they had the candle lighting ceremony. Against the odds in many ways, decided that they wanted to bring the faiths together to face the challenge that the international situation presents to the life of all of us here at home. And with the support of His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch, who then was able to enlist the support of His Majesty the King, we actually have a very positive initiative being taken here in Scotland, which is allowing the faiths of so many different faiths and communities to exist in harmony here, even while we see the extraordinary pressures that are being applied by the events outside of this country. And I think we should celebrate the work that they've done and be very, very proud of the fact that this is a Scottish initiative that is contributing so well in the face of the international situation. Now, over the Easter recess, I turned 66. The day before, the First Minister turned 61. There's just 5 years between us. I know in another context that would be regarded as a lifetime. But in the context of today's debate, it's not really that long at all. But I was reflecting in advance of this debate on what I thought were perhaps from a long menu the key things that had shaped the international situation over my lifetime. And I thought of the visit of Nixon to China in 72, the fall of the Shah of Iran in 79, the fall of the Berlin Wall in 89, and the events in New York in 9/11. All of these events had profound consequences for the world in which we live today. And over my lifetime, we've gone from us being concerned as a country by the might of the Soviet Union and its empire and influence and the threat, which meant that many of my generation thought a war at least possible in our lifetime, to the fall of the Soviet Union and the kind of extent of state-sponsored terrorism or terrorism sponsored by nobody in particular, which I think nobody quite knew how to deal with because it didn't have a nation face, to that receding almost slightly, but not in any way about which we can be complacent, to the threat of the nation-state again emerging, and whether that's the impact of Russia as it now seeks to initiate military conflict in the continent of Europe, whether it's the emerging suggestion of a threat to Taiwan from China, whether it's the ongoing expansion and sort of ambition of North Korea, the way in which states conflict with each other in the Middle East and Africa. Once again, maybe for my grandchildren's generation, the prospect of a war, if not probable, cannot now be ruled out. And there is a need, I think governments have recognised in this international situation, to ensure that we respond to that by trying to understand how we can best be prepared. And I think that response comes in two ways. One, it is to ensure that we are investing in the defence of the country. That's the reactive, if you like, way to try and ensure that we would be prepared should such a situation emerge. But the other is the proactive. And the proactive is our commitment, tradition and history of being a country involved in international trade and wanting to engage, a country that has been prepared to invest in international aid. And we've not talked about this today, But I was very critical of my own government at Westminster when they temporarily reduced the aid budget and said that I hoped it could be restored. And so I am disappointed at the response of the Labour Party to the proposed cut in international aid, because it is that aid which helps to ensure that we are investing in countries that otherwise might become part of the very international situation and problem that we are trying to stand and prevent occurring. First Minister.
First Minister.
I'm grateful to Jackson Carla for giving way, because I couldn't agree more with the substantive point that he's making about the fact that international development expenditure is critical as an investment in building bridges, building societies and avoiding conflict, which is unfortunately a risk that has now been exacerbated by decisions that have been taken by both the United Kingdom and the United States.
Jackson Carla, I can give you the time back.
And I agree with that. And I'd like to hear a little bit more from members of the Labour Party who I think must be troubled by it. I mean, I understand the need, and I've just made the case for our investment in our defences, but I'm concerned that that investment in our defence is being made at the expense of the influence and aid that I think is so vital in trying to prevent conflict elsewhere. Now, 5 years ago, in a debate we had in this chamber, I said that the Americans faced an unenviable choice between someone who was unsuited and someone who was unfit to be in the White House. And I know that in the battle of that, we had President Biden, but I felt that it was not the choice that the American people should have been given. The American people need to have a completely different generational shift away from those who have billions of pounds that they can afford to spend on being elected. I mean, it is ironic. Nixon was the last poor president. We need to see that change taking place, because I think Trump's election in both cases was almost in reaction to the candidate that he faced. Hillary Clinton was a very polarising figure. Joe Biden was not a polarising figure, but he was certainly not someone who could hope to be a subsequent president. And had he recognised that sooner, I think the Democratic Party might have had the opportunity to think more widely about who that candidate would have been. And I don't know what the outcome of the election would have been. So I'm not a fan of Mr. Trump, but I don't then conclude, as Patrick Harvey does, that we just abandon our investment, our relationship and our hope in the United States. I think, in some respects, President Trump is not wrong. 80 years after VE Day, as Mr. Bibby pointed out, the other countries of Europe also have a responsibility to ensure that they step up to the defence of our own continent. It can't all just be an ongoing expectation that the United States will. I think I'm now into my last few seconds. So
I can give you all the time back.
Well, I'll take Mr. Johnson. Yeah.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful to Jackson Carla, and I apologise to Patrick Harvey. I wonder if you might agree with me that, in a sense, I don't think we should boycott Trump. I think we should be robust where we think we disagree, because I actually fundamentally think that's what he respects. But ultimately, we cannot disengage from the world's biggest economy and probably our most enduring ally. Would you agree with that sort of dichotomy that we have to face?
Jackson Carla.
I absolutely do. And I thought this quote from The Economist was pretty apt. In a mere 10 days, the President has ended the old certainties that underpinned the world economy, replacing them with extraordinary levels of volatility and confusion. Some of the chaos may have been abated for now, but it will take a very long time to rebuild what has been lost. And, I think we really have to accept and acknowledge that it's a very challenging situation that we now face. So I want to see us respond to the international situation. We can talk about it here. I mean, I'm not so averse to us having a discussion from time to time about it. I don't think we've got the major levers that we can influence. So part of our responsibility is to support our elected MPs at Westminster in the discharge of their responsibility to keep us safe and secure and to ensure that we are engaged positively with the rest of the world. But that has to be built on two rocks. One, that we do keep ourselves safe and invest in the security of our country here, but also that we invest in outreach, engagement, and ensuring that we are proactive in seeking to address the trouble spots that emerge elsewhere in the world about which we could subsequently feel threatened.
Thank you, Mr Carlow. And I now call on the Cabinet Secretary to wind up the debate. Grateful if you could take us up to just before 5:45. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And before I respond to the points raised by members, I'd like to thank everybody who's participated in this afternoon's important and timely debate. And given the breadth of the subject matter, I'm pleased that members in this Parliament had the opportunity to listen to contribute to this afternoon's discussion. As the First Minister noted in his opening speech, the events of the last few days and indeed the last few months have challenged the international rules-based order that we have perhaps taken too much for granted. And this has real consequences for people here in Scotland. Global instability, conflict and economic uncertainty impact on jobs, the impact on investment, the impact on our shared desire for a just and a fairer world. And that's why taking an internationalist and outward-facing approach is vital. And that means we have to actively engage with partners to protect Scotland's economic interests, to create opportunity for Scotland's people and to stand up for the values that we believe in. In the face of rising tensions and uncertainty, we cannot take the view that global events don't affect matters that come before this chamber, or indeed the impact that they have on Scotland more widely. And as the contributions to this debate have highlighted, there are a range of issues that affect our international work. So I'll reflect on the contribution of members who had something to say about the impact of the international situation. Neil Bibby was the first to do so. He said there's much to discuss. He's absolutely right, and he was correct to identify the broad range of challenges, including the dangers of a trade war. I notice support for Brand Scotland. That's extremely welcome, and I look forward to him and party colleagues promoting its campaigns. Patrick Harvey then went on to correctly warn about the range of crises and the importance of believing in hope and a better future. Alex Cole-Hamilton painted a vivid image of Ukraine and why the conflict there should matter to us all. George Adam said we should aim for Scotland to play a part in the international community, actively doing so. That is, of course, the global norm. And Emma Roddick highlighted the impact of disinformation. It's ever more relevant here, it's ever more relevant globally. Paul O'Kane highlighted the importance of coexistence and hope, and also not forgetting about conflicts, frozen conflicts, that sometimes are less in the international headlines. He recounted his visit to Bosnia-Herzegovina with Remembering Srebrenica, and having led the first Scottish delegation to Srebrenica. With Remembering Srebrenica, I commend all colleagues who have not yet been. Please do go. Please ensure the combating of genocide and Holocaust denialism remains a priority for all of us in Scotland. Kevin Stewart made a powerful speech about the situation in Ukraine and in Palestine and warned about the damage of tariffs and also the danger of the far right. And Michelle Thompson highlighted the impact of tariffs on bond markets and how this impacts on Scotland and our devolved governance. Audrey Nicholl was right to reflect that we should give greater consideration to international developments, not less, and that includes the malevolent role of Russia around our shores, something that we should all be alive to. Karen Adam warned, and history is repeating itself in this regard, the dangers of othering, of fear, of rumour and blame. And in terms of the concluding contributions, Daniel Johnson was right, I think, to describe the unique context that we find ourselves in presently, saying that the issues are so profound that we must discuss them. I agree with him, and he went on to talk about the importance of the defence sector. I agree with him on that, and also in highlighting northern security as an area where we all share a key priority on. And Jackson Carlow, I thought, made a very, very expansive and considered contribution on behalf of his party. He talked about the importance of faith, coexistence and cooperation. He talked about the changing international relationships in a global context and a risk of war. And he talked about the importance of trade and aid. I couldn't agree with any of that any more than I do. In closing this debate, I'd like to emphasise the role that Scotland plays internationally and the importance of navigating global challenges with a clear focus on our values, our interests, our strategic priorities. Presiding Officer, engagement with the international community does matter to Scotland. Not only is it an important opportunity to make a positive contribution on global issues like climate change, on renewable energy and economic prosperity, it also affects how we are viewed by the rest of the world. And through our engagement with international partners, we demonstrate our commitment to democracy, to the rule of law, and the principles of cooperation between nations, enshrined in the United Nations Charter and anchored by the rules-based system that has defined international relations for much of the last 80 years. Indeed, many of these values are also those of our friends in the European Union, an endeavour forged in the aftermath of global turmoil and of war in Europe, a point worth remembering, and it has been in this debate as we approach the 80th anniversary of VE Day in just 2 weeks' time. We will continue to work with partners to promote and strengthen multilateralism and global institutions to protect human rights, and through our international development programmes and humanitarian responses to help the most vulnerable where we can. Last year, I was proud to launch the Scottish Government's international strategy, building on the Global Affairs Framework, which sets out our values-based approach to international relations. And the international strategy emphasises Scotland's aspiration to be a good global citizen, recognising the need for cooperation to build a more just, a more sustainable global system. And this is central to our vision for Scotland's place in the world and underpins the way in which we conduct ourselves internationally. In addition to the strategy's core themes of economy, of trade and investment, climate change, biodiversity and renewable energy, and reputation, influence and relationships, ensure that we maintain focus on priority areas, meaning that our international work is impactful and delivers for Scotland's people and for Scotland's businesses. And take a moment to draw attention to the international network of Scottish Government offices and Scottish Development International posts who do so much work to promote Scottish interests overseas and strengthen our relationship with key countries, protecting and enhancing Scotland's brand overseas. These networks and the people that work there create links and have helped put Scotland on a path to a greener and more prosperous future. And recent global economic instability underlines the important roles that these networks play and will continue to play for Scotland's businesses and wider economy. And for those people who don't know it, there are around 1,200, 1,300 members of the Global Scot Network who work on a non-remunerated basis around the world, promoting Scotland, promoting inward investment, promoting our economy, promoting Scotland as a place to study, work and live in, and I would encourage members to do everything possible to support that network. It's the envy of many other countries. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, I'd be happy to give way yes.
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful, and I support the continued existence of the Global Scot Network. It does have positive value if we ensure that only people we are keen to work with are involved. Given the history of Donald Trump having been appointed to it and then ultimately had to be removed from it, is the government taking an active role at looking at who historically has been put onto that network, who is still active within it, and ensuring that it does include people who we are exclusively happy to have working with us in what is sometimes portrayed as a quasi-ambassadorial role?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Patrick Harvey very much for that question. The management of the Global Scot Network is operated by Scottish Enterprise and Scottish Development International. No issues have been raised with me about any members of the network. He brings up a historic case, of course, which is factually correct. If he has any concerns, I'm sure colleagues at Scottish Enterprise would be happy to look at it. There is a very extensive programme which involves the recruitment, retention and support of the Global Scot Network. I think it works very well. I think it's something we could look at expanding, and if colleagues have any views on that subject, I would be happy to hear them. In summary, Presiding Officer, we live in an increasingly interconnected world where no nation or individual is sheltered from the impact of global affairs. Indeed, this debate has underlined the influence and the impact that global issues have on our nation, whether it be United States tariffs and the knock-on effect on the global economy, the devastating impact of conflicts and climate change, or the weakening of the rules-based system that govern cooperation between nations. These issues affect all of us here in Scotland, and that is why, Presiding Officer, I would like to close by reflecting what can be achieved when we work together, collectively across this chamber and across the country, to take a positive view of international engagement. And a very good example of that is the establishment of the Scottish Council on Global Affairs, the council which has had the backing from other parties in this Parliament and indeed the United Kingdom Government, is helping to enhance Scotland's reputation and encourage others to think about what Scotland has to offer to global affairs, and their work has also helped to raise the quality of debate and understanding of modern international issues across Scotland. By working together in this chamber, we must continue to advocate for Scotland internationally, to ensure that our voice is heard on issues that affect both our international relations and domestic policy here in Scotland, and to stand up for the democratic values of the rule of law, cooperation and respect for human dignity. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on the international situation. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of two Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask Jamie Hepburn, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move motions 17266 on committee membership and 17267 on substitution on committees.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on these motions will be put at decision time, and there's one question to be put as a result of today's business, and I propose to ask a single question on two Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, the final question is that motions 17266 on committee membership and 17267 on substitution on committees, in the name of Jamie Hepburn, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, be agreed. Are we all agreed? I'm just going to ask again, are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore there will be a brief suspension. Thank you, colleagues. I propose to ask two questions. The first is that motion 17266 on committee membership be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Edward Mountain for a point of order.
Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't connect to the app. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We'll ensure that is recorded. I call Alec Rowley for a point of order.
I have voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Rowley. We'll ensure that that is recorded. I call Gillian Martin for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I haven't been able to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Martin. We'll ensure that's recorded. I call Graham Day for a point of order.
I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Day. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 17266 in the name of Jamie Hepburn is yes 109, no 1. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 17267 on substitution on committees be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Edward Mountain for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm afraid I couldn't connect to the app. If I had, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We'll ensure that's recorded. And I call Gillian Martin for a point of order.
Same issue, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Martin. We will ensure that your vote is recorded. I call Paul Sweeney for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Sweeney. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 17267 in the name of Jamie Hepburn is yes 108, no 1. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. And that concludes decision time. And we'll now move on to members' business in the name of Douglas Lumsden.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.